Okay, there I am. Let me clean this up real quick. All right. Make a tweet real quick. There we go. Good morning, X Crazy. How are you doing? I am a little bit tired, I'm not gonna lie, because I stayed up until like, what, 3 or 4 a.m. brainstorming ideas for Dortmund, but we'll talk about it in a second. It's been a while. Let's get it started first. What's up, Yumo? What's up, Mecca? What's up, Mick TJ? How are you guys doing? Greetings from Belgium. Appreciate it. Greetings back. Lone Fire? Oh yeah, let's try it. It is a level 3. We still coping? We'll talk about it in a second. Level 3 effect monster, but it could just be a synchro. It's gotta be synchro, pendulum tuner, something like that. Isn't there like a Samsara cat level 3 synchro? Okay. It's not a synchro, not a tuner. Yo, what's up, Capitalist? What's up, Chris Constanza? How you guys doing? I'm doing good. Just I was a little bit tired this morning because I stayed up very late yesterday, but that happens. That happens. Alright, so this is not a synchro, not a tuner. It cannot be a link monster because it has defense points. And it can be an Xyz, a ritual, or a pendulum, maybe. Okay, what is a rank 3 that it could be? Could it be Dante? Wait, oh, it's very low attack. Hey Josh, if you want some less writing down the effects of tears in the Shizu cards, my buddy and I created an effect checker. He posted it in the Tearlament Facebook group. I mean, link it. I can look at it. I don't know if it's legal though to use help like that. Fortune Tune? Oh, it could be Fortune Tune, couldn't it? Okay, not a bad guess though. We have the attack. Oh wait, it couldn't be Fortune Tune because of the defense. Well, that's okay. That's okay. It's not a light monster. It's a level 3 effect monster with 400 attack. So what is left? Ritual? Ritual or pendulum, right? Or fusion. It could be a fusion. It's not a synchro, it's not a tuner, but it is something, it has some secondary condition. Like, it's not just an effect monster. It's not a synchro, so it can't be the Yugioh or the Blackwing, whatever. I think it's a pendulum, but I'm not too familiar with, like, level... Okay, level 3 pendulum, anybody? Oh, it could be a flip monster. Is there a level 3 Shadow flip monster with 400 attack? Not that I'm seeing. Eccentric is not 400 attack, I'm pretty sure. Yeah, that's 800 attack. Bunbuku is also not 400 attack. I mean, we could take Bunbuku. It's not going to be correct, but we can just see. Okay, it's not a pendulum. We can stop with the pendulums. It is a spellcaster, though. At this point, ritual. It could be Tun. Can it be a tuner? No, the Samsara cat was a tuner. Level 3 spellcaster effect. Ritual? What kind of ritual archetypes are there? Magic keys, right? They have like fusion and ritual and stuff like that, but that's not it. I found it. I think no way you get it. Oh, unfortunate. Okay, give me some hints. Give me some hints. Like, don't tell me what the card is, but give me like a hint. It's flip, I think. I thought you found it. It's in 2014. Well, I mean, I know that. I know that much. Because 2013 and 2015, we have narrowed it down to 2014 already. 2014 level 3 spellcaster flip monster. Is it a prediction princess? Have they been around since 2014? I'm not sure. No, 2015. Necros doesn't have flip monsters, does it? The green turtle guy? What do you mean? Emerald tortoise? That's older than that. Wait, is it? It's probably dark, isn't it? There's a 0% chance you find this. Okay, give me another hint. Give me another hint. If you know what it is. It's water. Water flip monster. Does Gishki have flip monsters? Does Ice Barrier maybe have flip monsters? Gishki. No Gishki from 2014 here. It has a man-eater bug type effect. That doesn't help. Okay, give me the effect. Give me the exact effect. Maybe I can remember. It destroys a monster on target. Flip, target one monster your opponent controls, destroy it. That's not Snowman Eater. Snowman Eater is not a flip monster. No, Snowman Eater is not a flip monster. Also, Snowman Eater is way older than 2014. Yeah, I actually do think I don't know this. I do think I don't know this. Okay, I mean, I guess you can't spoil me anymore. Turtles? Yeah, but I don't know. I don't know the card. Maybe I've seen it. Green Turtle Summoner. Okay. I think I've seen this card, but you are right. There's no way I would have ever gotten this one. I would have not gotten this one. There's no way. There is no world in which I get this one. I have seen it back in the day, but yeah. No shot. No shot I get that ever. Alright. Now for the real challenge every morning. Or like not morning, every start of the stream. Why turtle a spellcaster? I mean, it's not about the turtle, is it? It's about the green turtle summoner. He's a spellcaster that can summon green turtles, which is insane if you think about it. I can't do that. Has to be some sort of spellcaster in order to summon turtles. I can't see what's in the group because I'm not in the group. Well, okay. Anyways, let's start. This looks somewhat familiar. It's of course Summoned Skull on the card art or something like that, but I don't know what the name is. That is the warrior. Is it called Warrior Elimination? Yeah. This is like a Raid Raptor thingy, I think. Yep. But there's no shot I'm getting which name that is. You look familiar. You are King Calamity. I think, yes. And that is one of those continuous, yeah, but a bad one. That's why I don't know the name of that one. Oh. Is that a Cyberdark? One of the new Cyberdarks? I think that's one of the new Cyberdarks, chat. What was it called? Is it Claw? Oh. It might not be. Oh, it's not. It's not. Actually, I thought it was okay. I thought it looked way different than that. Okay. Oh, this is Marine Says Wave. The trap card that they can search. No. Fortune Fairies V. Oh, Ally of Justice. Oh my god, but Ally of Justice what? Cyclone Creator? Okay, you are right. I would have not known that. I knew it was an Ally of Justice, but it's an irrelevant one, so I wouldn't know. Okay, this I think... Oh, okay. That could be sick. Okay, Pog. That was only one zoom? Proud of that one. That's the Performapal Snake. But oh my god, there are so many Performapals. It is part Naga, I think. You look familiar. Oh, that's Fire Princess. It's a Destiny card, but what is it called? If I just type D, I'm not gonna freaking find it. D-Force? Okay, it is D-Force. Nice. Redox. Easy clap. Okay, this is some Albaz. Is that Expulsion? That might be Expulsion. It is Expulsion. Alright, nice. This is Fluffle Owl, I think. Yep. This is Iron Core. No, is it Iron Core or is it a trap card? It is not Iron. It's Core. Core. Oh, I have to skip it. I've seen it 1000%. It's a trap card, I think. Reckon Power. Okay, whoa. It's like some decoy squad. What is that? A Traptrix? Oh, this is Traptrix Trapple Nightmare. We're doing good so far. Okay, Stratos. We can't choke this. So let's just not do that. This is Starving. No, not Starving Venom. What's he called? Oh, the FTK guy. Supreme. How is he called? He's banned. Supreme. Yeah, it is Starving Venom. Okay. No, that was not Venomy. This one I don't know. Silverwing. Alright, fitting. This one looks awfully familiar. I almost don't want to... Is this Golgar? Oh, but No, it's not. Oh, okay. Well, I wasted some time on that one. It's an alien card, I think. Oh, this is a roll. What is this? Oh, it's Dark World Dealings. Who are you? You are an old card, I believe. Yeah, I've seen it, but I cannot name it. Nano Breaker. That sounds familiar. New Time Wizard? Time Wizard of Tomorrow. Oh, this also looks familiar. But I cannot name it. Enlightenment. Okay. Okay, the last 1 or 2 minutes haven't been that good. This is Vespinato. Well, we can still... Okay, this is Fluffle Bear, I believe. I think the pink one is Bear. Yep. I'm just gonna try Mosquito. Nope. Okay. It's some mosquito. No. Oh, it's a digital bug. Ah, unfortunate. I've seen this. It's very old. Does anyone know the name real quick, or we skip? Like Fairy of the Spring, Spring of something, Spring of Rebirth. Oh man. It's a Chrysalis support card, I think, but yeah, Cocoon Party. This I've never seen. Oh, come on. After such a good start. Oh, this is Link Cross. No, is it Link Cross? No, it's not. Okay, now we're really choking it. But we are getting hard ones, to be fair. This is DD Griffin. I think. Yep. Psy-Frame. Psy-Frame. Which, though? Beta? Beta, I think. It is beta. You are right. Nice. Easy clap. Dark Magician Girl. I don't know why I zoomed. Oh, it's Cloudion. Cloudion. Eye of the Typhoon or something. Yeah. Could have guessed that one earlier as well. Is this Mirage of Nightmare? I don't want to zoom anymore. I think it is Mirage of Nightmare. Yeah. I think that's one of the reasons why we sometimes don't get that many points, is because I click zoom too fast. This is an Xyz. Is this Draglubion? It's not. I thought that's what it was, but it's not. Okay, it's Dragluon. Oh my god. This is like, is this Ice Dragon's Prison? It is. Okay, Madolche. Madolche experts. I need you right now. Angeli? Okay. Alright, he's sweating. Nope. I've seen him before. Oh. It's some Bujin. It might be Tsukuyomi. Yeah, I could have guessed that. This is VWXYZ. Yes. This is Kuri. Is it Kuri Vault? No. Oh my god. Kuri Photon? What is it? It is Kuri Photon. Okay. It's one of the rockets. Yeah. Oh, it's a Guru. Okay, this is very old. This is giving me very old vibes, and I think I should know this one. I feel stupid for zooming. Yeah, it's some ritual. Oh my god, it's some ritual card, I think. Curse of Fiend? Wait, what? Is it Curse of Fiend? It is. What is that? It's a ritual spell, isn't it? Oh, this is Senju. Why did I click? That's what I mean. I clicked too fast. Okay. I think this is Alice. Yep. Without zooming. This might be breeding device. Please? Nope. Some alien shit. Recombination device. Wait, no, I don't know this one. Fusion conscription. Oh, I've seen this one before. It's a trap card, I think. Beast Rising. You even played that, I think, in Duel Links at some point. Okay, this one I have seen 1000%. I don't know if I can name it. It's a Chronomaly. Chronomaly Winged Sphinx. Okay, that sounds about right. This one I have also seen 1000%. Wait, this is Dark Armed. Oh my god, how did I zoom? Oh my, that's what I mean. Like, why did I click zoom? I'm an idiot. Nope. Oh my god, we have a minute left. Almost, and we are all so close to 700. And then they give me this shit. What is this? Saber Vault. Oh my god. Okay, Flower Guardian, but no shot. Wait, it's not even a Flower Guardian. This is Bitron, I think. Please be Bitron. Oh no, it's not Bitron. Digitron. Oh man. Ten seconds. I don't know this one. 5 seconds. Give me. Come on, please. What is it? Oh. 682. Not bad though. That's close. That was almost a PB. That was almost a PB. What is PB currently? I think barely over 700. Like 702 or 712 or something like that. Can you pass the link? There's a command for it, ! guessing, but I can also just send it to you. Streamer zoom throwing. Yeah, if I like don't zoom on like Dark Armed and Dark Magician Girl and stuff like that, we get easy 700 on this one. Like a couple less zooms here and there, and we get 700 or 800 at some point. I wonder if it's possible to get 1,000. Well, I mean, of course it's possible, but like, I wonder if we can ever get there, because I'm not sure if we're getting better at it over time. Cause it's like hard to you're not really learning much, right? You're not really learning much when you play, because there's just so many cards. I don't know. I guess every once in a while it might happen. Have you tried the small world game? Yeah, we used to play that a lot, but I think this one's more fun. This one's more fun, so we switched to playing this one to warm up and to wait for everyone to join the stream and stuff like that. I think that's cool. Traptrix new support, have you read them? I haven't been on I have not been on YG organization in a while. So any of this new support I haven't really seen. We can look at it if you say it's interesting. Keep missing the same cards like the Alien Link monster. I mean, sometimes it happens, right? Sometimes it happens that we see cards over and over again, and I just like keep, because it's hard. Like if I don't know a card, I'll just move on to the next one as fast as I can without like trying to remember for next time, because there's like, I don't know, 12,000 cards. What is the number at this point? What is the number at this point of cards we have in Yu-Gi-Oh? Different cards. Are you ignoring all the Starlights from Crystal Range? No, I've seen them. I've seen them. We've talked about them. I'm not too hyped about Super Poly in general, because in general, I'm not a huge fan of main deck Starlight rares, just because I hate playing with cards that are so expensive, because I'm just afraid of like damaging them and stuff like that. In the main deck, it's like in the extra deck. I think it's cool. In the main deck, I'm not too like talents and stuff like that. I don't like the Starlight rares or hand traps and stuff like that, because it's just like, you know, hand shuffling your deck. I don't know. I don't like it. I don't like it. Also, Super Poly should be banned. That is true. Traptrix Pudica, level 4 Earth Plant Effect monster. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. When this card is normal summoned, you can add one Traptrix or card from your deck to your hand. Okay. If this card is special summoned, you can target one opponent's special summoned monster, banish it, and if you do during the next standby phase, your opponent can special summon one of their banished monsters, unaffected by the effects of whole normal traps. Well, in a vacuum, not a terrible card. However, it depends on how good the card is that it searches, which is the new Traptrix field spell, apparently. You can only use the third effect of this card's name once per turn. During your main phase, you can normal summon a Traptrix monster in addition to your normal summoner set. The first time each of your insect and plant monsters would be destroyed by battle each turn, it is not destroyed. You can banish one monster you control, special summon one Traptrix monster from your hand or grave. It's like, a couple years ago, this would have been nice. Like, in hat format, this shit would have gone crazy. Like, 8 years ago. Not sure about this one, like, right now. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. Traptrix Allure. Okay. Discard a level 4 insect or plant or a normal trap, draw 2 cards. You can banish this card from your grave, then target one of your banished level 4 insect or plant monsters, or one of your banished normal traps, place it on the bottom of the deck. Okay, it's like an... It is literally an allure. It is literally an allure for insects, level 4 insects, level 4 plants, and normal trap cards out of all things. I'm gonna be honest, I think that's something you would have played in Paleo. Take that with whatever it's worth. But I think that's a card you could have played in Paleo. But I don't know if it's gonna hold up in 2022. And then it can also recycle like banished trap cards. I don't know. It's a little bit of a better Picaya, yeah. But I don't think this is gonna be like the savior for Traptrix or Paleo here compared to the other power creep in the game. And then the rest is just reprints. Okay. Oh wait, this one was leaked a while ago, but we didn't have the effect, did we? So do we have it now? Sacred Sheep Tree Baromate. Rank 4 Earth Plant XYZ. Good afternoon, Vaccination. Welcome, welcome. You can only use the first and second effect of this card's name each once per turn. You can detach a material from this card, then target a normal trap in your grave, place it on the bottom of the deck, then draw a card. If a normal trap card is activated, you can detach one material from a monster you control, and if you do, special summon one level 4 monster from your hand. That seems very underwhelming. That seems very underwhelming for a rank 4. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know about that one. Is there anything else? I don't think there is anything else. They want you to play this. Apparently, they want you to play this in Traptrix, but I don't even know if this is better than any of the other rank 4s you could make in Traptrix. Last good V-Jump promo? I don't actually remember. Because we don't have this in Europe. V-Jump is not a thing here, so I don't actually know which cards were originally released as V-Jump promos. Diviner? Diviner was a V-Jump promo? Wasn't Diviner just in a main set? Oh, Summon Sork was one, right? Yeah. Summon Sork was a jump promo. Wasn't the Trishula also one? Link Karibo was one as well, yeah. Link Karibo was one, that wasn't bad. Diviner was a jump promo in the OCG, not here, okay. Okay. Well, Shonen Jump promos don't exist anymore, right? I don't know. I don't have any info on it. I can't tell you when what the last Shonen Jump promo was. Was Shooting Riser the last one? Diabolica was one? What is Diabolica even? What is Diabolica? Oh, that thing. If a fiend monster other than Diabolica is sent to your grave by a card effect, you can spare some discard from the grave or hand, but banish it when it leaves the field. Discard sent to the grave by a card effect, target a fiend, add to your hand. That's not a bad card. Not a great card either. Yeah. Okay. Did you choose what you play on the YCS? I have not. We can talk about it for a second. Where I'm at in my YCS preparation right now. Because I did stay up yesterday. I stayed up until like 3 or 4 a.m., which is why I woke up very late today and I'm a little tired, but it's okay. I spent yesterday night doing a little bit of brainstorming for other ideas other than tier limits. That's how I spent like the first half of the night. And I still haven't reached a conclusion yet. We failed. I don't think I've failed yet. I have a couple of ideas that I of course can't talk about right now because they wouldn't work if I just published them now. And then I reached a conclusion for myself on how I'm gonna approach the last couple of days before the YCS. And I will I have then spent a couple of hours. I spent a couple of hours yesterday night finding an Ishizu tier list that I think is good, right? There's nothing too crazy about it, but I was like, I'm just gonna make an Ishizu tier deck ready, right? I have a list ready for Ishizu tier that I think is solid, in case nothing else works, right? In case nothing works, I have an Ishizu tier list ready that I am happy with. And with that in the back of my head, I think I can without having time issues, I can just spend the next 2 days exploring the ideas that I had, like the other ideas that are not Ishizu tier. And even if they fail, I have a solid Ishizu tier list in the back of my head that I can always fall back on, right? I can always fall back on that, and I think that's a good way about it. Have you practiced enough with tier limit Ishizu? I think so. Yeah, I think I'll be able to play it well. I think if I do end up playing Ishizu tier, I will probably play. I'll probably go to the venue on Friday early and play a couple of public events just to practice, because like I said, there isn't anything too crazy about my list, I think. So I don't mind playing it in public events on the Friday, I think. Because I don't think it's going to reveal anything too crazy. And so if I do decide on Ishizu tier, I think I'm going to get... I already have, I think, enough practice, but I'm just going to get some more practice on the Friday if I do. And I think that's a good way for me to go about it, because I on the one side, I really want to explore some other options, right? I really want to explore some ideas that I have, because I do still have some ideas which, no matter if I end up playing them or not, we can talk about them next week, right? We can talk about the ideas that I had next week in case you think it's interesting, no matter what I end up deciding to play. But I think it's just I'm in a solid mind state right now. I'm like either I play a Ishizu tier, and honestly, I'm not too mad about that. Like if I end up playing a Ishizu tier, I think that's okay. I don't hate the mirror match. I think it's okay. And so that's a solid plan B for me. Like if nothing works, I have an Ishizu deck. I have an Ishizu list ready that I think is good. And if it works, then great. You know, if it works, then I can bring something creative. We'll see. But that's where I'm at right now. I don't know what exactly the chance is. I don't know what the chance is that the other ideas will end up working out. But yeah. This is my final stream before Dortmund. Yes, I'm leaving. I am leaving Friday morning, but like I said, I have some ideas that I need to try, and I'm gonna spend all day tomorrow doing that, pretty much. Because like how I've been doing it the last couple of days has been I've been staying up until 3 or 4 a.m. and that's really not that feasible, because then like, you know, staying up until 3 or 4 a.m. and then having to wake up and stream and everything is like I'm just gonna take tomorrow off for Dortmund preparation, because that's important. Yeah. And then I'll leave. I'm leaving for Dortmund relatively early on Friday, which is also why, you know, on tomorrow night I can't stay up too long. I can't stay up too long tomorrow night, so I can't like do the preparation after stream. I have to do it during the day. Yeah. Yeah, with that out of the way, what is the plan for today's stream? I have already announced it on my Discord yesterday that we are going to do a deck doctor. I only announced it in the sub channel yesterday because we're going to structure it a little bit differently this time around. Because we did one last week for YCS Pasadena, where I tried to help you guys with some of your YCS Pasadena deck lists. And I feel like these streams always are received relatively well. However, we are starting to run into the problem that the stream has been growing and growing, and I'm just getting too many submissions. And I felt really bad last week that like a lot of people who have been like long-time viewers or long-time subs even weren't able to get their deck list deck doctored, right? And so how I decided to do it this time around is I tried to get a little bit more structure into it, and I also tried to make sure that some of my subs would get their deck rated. Steel, thank you for the prime, appreciate you. I'm not gonna exclude non-subs. The way we're gonna do it is I said to my subs yesterday, submit your decks in a separate channel that's only for subs, and we're gonna start with those. So we're basically just doing the subs first, and then everyone else after if there's time left. I think that's a fair way to do it, because that makes sure like everyone can still do it, everyone can still submit decks, yeah. But we just make sure that the subs get their decks reviewed first. How do you know who's a sub or not? On this, I have my Discord is connected to Twitch. If you are a sub on YouTube, not on YouTube. If you're a sub on Twitch and you connect your Twitch to your Discord account, you get a role in my Discord saying that you're a sub. What channel is that? The channel is called, it's a very hidden channel. It's called Sub Deck Doctor. And then, with the help of the amazing Skrelpling, we also tried to get some, we got it sorted a little bit. We got it sorted a little bit so that we have it grouped a little bit, you know? Did you already watch the Sprite Deck profile who made top 4? I did yesterday. Time to open all the Sprite decks at once? I mean, we're not going to open all of them. That was the whole point, right? If there's like multiple... we could open all at once and look at the differences and what I think about that. Yeah, we could actually do that. So Skrelp is a god, yeah. So Skrelp has sorted them by deck type, I believe. And we have a good amount of stuff to get through just from subs. So I think it was a good idea that we split it up a little bit. So Scrub, how did you sort this? What is the ones that you just posted? Is that just the decks? I'm not a god, I'm a bot. Same thing. Oh, ordered they were posted. Okay. So is that okay, so some people have been where's the cutoff, Skrelp? Because people have been posting decks after you sorted the ones that were already posted. What is the last one that you included? I guess I can check. Yeah, I guess you did. Okay. The last one has a saluting face under it. Okay, so we're just gonna start with the ones that you already sorted, and then I'm just gonna go through the other ones. You can leave them unsorted, I think. Or you add them. Okay, you add the rest now? Oh. So anyways, before we start, the way this works, as usual, people have been joining my Discord community where they were able to submit that's where people submit these deck lists, whether you're a sub or not. You can go !Discord in chat for an invite link in case you want to take part in future iterations of the Deck Doctor. Or if you want to, you can also, if you want to, you can submit a deck right now. However, I cannot promise that I'm still going to get through all of them that have been already submitted. Because there's already like, I don't know, 30 or 40 ones in the... 30, 40, or 50 or something like that in the sub channel. Probably more like 30. And then a bunch have already been submitted in the Deck Doctor section. But okay. Without further ado, we're just going to get into it, I think. I'm not going to waste any more time. The way we're going to do it, as always, I'm gonna try and prevent too many repeats because I don't want to talk about the same deck over and over and over and over again. So if you're a deck, like if you're a Sprite Duelist, for example, right? If you're a Sprite Duelist and you have already seen me talk about one or two Sprite decks, understand that we're gonna skip like the next couple Sprite decks because there's no point. This is also the reason why I asked my chat to specifically not submit too many Ishizu tier. Because, you know, what's the point of talking about Ishizu tier over and over and over again? What we can do is something that Scrub suggested. Because Scrub grouped them, we could also just talk about all the Sprite decks together. I don't know if that would be better. Where are the Sprite? Anyways, we're just gonna go. I'm just gonna start top to bottom. The first list is a list submitted by, let me see, Skrelp posted it. Skyflyer has submitted this, which is a Paleo tier deck. Which... This was not first. I think we're gonna get through all of the ones in the sub channel anyways. I don't think we have to do chronological order. We don't have to go chronological order in the sub channel. We're gonna get through all of the ones in the sub channel, so it doesn't matter who posted it first or who didn't, I think. You know? Okay, so I don't know. This has been dropped without any comments, without any explanation. Just GigaChat dropped the deck and left. So I don't know if this is something that they actually want to play at like YCS Dortmund, or if it's more like a fun little idea. But it is what it is. So we've got 3 Havness, 3 Merly, 1 Sharon, 1 Rhino Heart. Only 1 Sharon, looking at the low monster count, could actually make sense. Backjack, I mean, you know I love Backjack. Instant Fusion is cool. Breakthrough Skill seems odd, I want to say. Breakthrough Skill seems odd, because, like, it just seems so low impact. to play Breakthrough Skill. I don't think it even outs Dweller anymore. I don't think it outs Dweller anymore because even if they mill it for you, you could still just get it could just get shuffled back if they want to make Dweller. So I'm not so sure how much I like Breakthrough Skill and Lost Wind. Fiend Comedian is a funny card. So in case you don't know this one, this is a very old trap that has been seen. I've seen this card for the first time in Lightsworn format back in the day. Toss a coin and call it. If you call it right, all your opponent's cards in the graveyard are removed from play immediately. If you call it wrong, send the number of cards equal to the cards in your opponent's graveyard from your deck to the grave. So the idea about this card is that you play it in decks where you don't care about the result of the coin toss because you're happy either way, right? You either banish the entire grave or you mill like 10 or 15 cards if the opponent's graveyard is full, right? And that was the idea back in the day in Lightsworn, is like you either banish everything or you mill a bunch. I don't know if it's still good enough now, but it's funny. Honestly, I'm having a hard time evaluating this deck in terms of like suggesting any changes because like obviously I haven't played this format before. I don't think it's like super competitive. I also don't think it's terrible. But I think the Fiend Comedian might be a little too shaky. And I think Lost Wind and Breakthrough Skill are cuttable. So I don't know what other cards you had in mind to play, Skyflyer, just in case you're here or you're seeing this on the VOD. I think everything except for these 9 is... You're probably doing right by including these 31 cards in your deck, except for Fiend Comedian, Lost Wind, and Breakthrough. So if you have anything that you were thinking about playing instead, you could consider taking these out. Yeah. And then as far as the ratios go, that seems fine to me. The side deck seems fine to me. And the extra deck, there's also nothing. I don't think there's anything missing. So I think that's okay. I think this is fine. Okay, here's a deck I can maybe talk a little bit more about or have some more input on. This is Tear Despia by Elatic. Or Elatic. This is branded Despia Tear, which is a deck that I was trying, and I had it in my closer consideration to be like a viable deck for Dortmund. I gave up on it at some point because I felt like the deck is very strong, I think. The deck is very strong. Oh, there's 2 different ones. Okay, so we have Elatic submitting this one. And we have Raw I'm a Dinosaur submitting this. And then we have Kanzler submitting a deck that's closer to 40 cards. Okay. Let's talk about the 60 card piles first and then do the other ones separately. So this is the one from Elatic and this is the one from Raw I'm a Dinosaur. The reason why I decided that this deck is not good enough for Dortmund, for me personally, even though I still don't think it's a bad choice, I think this deck is good. I think it is a good deck. It's a strong deck. My problem with it was, in 60 cards, I was not drawing the Bestials consistently enough. I was a big fan of the Bestials, and I didn't see them enough in 60. However, I also didn't think like it was possible to cut the deck down that much, because it just like wants to play so many cards. Like you don't want to cut like the poly package, you don't want to cut the Tearlaments, you don't want to cut the Despia stuff. It's really hard to cut this deck down, even though it is a 60 card deck. And then I realized with 60 cards, not seeing the Bestials that often, you still lose to Dweller way too much, right? You can play somewhat against Dweller, but not really that well, right? Like, your Tragedy is disabled, your Edgem Chain is disabled, your Tearlaments part of the deck doesn't work, your Branded Retribution combos don't work. It's just that, it's just a little bit awkward. It's just a little bit awkward to play into Dweller with this. And that was my biggest issue. It's like... And also, cards like Branded in Red and Branded Banishment getting constantly prevented by the shufflers was really annoying for me. That being said, I still think it's a deck that you guys can definitely bring to the YCS, and if you pilot it well, and maybe avoid getting Dwellered all that often, you can actually you can still have a good day, and it can potentially be a topping deck. I don't see this deck being a winning deck, unfortunately, because I think at some point in Top Cut, there's gonna be a tier matchup where you lose the dice roll, they go first, and you don't have enough Bystials to stop them, and they just Dweller you plus like solid board, and you lose it. I think that's most likely what's going to happen if you top with this deck, but you can definitely top with this deck, I think. Now, as far as the ratios go, one thing I prefer about this deck is I think you want 9 Bystials from the level 6 ones. I think this ratio is not enough. Like I said, I've had this issue of not drawing enough Bystials very often, and so that's why I think you want to max out on these 9 for sure. The Bystial Lubellion is a 1 or a 2 of. I was playing 2, personally. I was using 2 because I was afraid of getting it banished by my opponent's Bystials if I'm only playing 1. I don't think that's the most unrealistic thing in the world. I think that can definitely happen. So I think you should try and fit a second Lubellion in this list, and you should try fitting 3 more Bystials. I also really like the inclusion of 3 Edgem Chain, 3 Patchwork. I even played 3 Poly because I just think that's good. One card that I cut relatively quickly was Branded Banishment. I think Branded in Red is a fine card because it's okay to draw going second sometimes. Branded Banishment, however, is a card that's legit only good going first. And the deck is already very strong going first, so I decided to cut Branded Banishment altogether. Because, like, there's no reason to commit to Branded in Red and Banishment, I think. Especially because those cards are really hard to use against the Grave Shufflers of Ishizu. So that's why I took the Banishment out really quick. I kept the Branded in Red because I think that's just a little bit too strong. But, yeah. Branded in High Spirits in both decks here is a card that I am a fan of. I am a fan of Branded in High Spirits. So I like that. This deck has Branded in High Spirits and only runs Albion as a target. I think that's okay. Cartesia seems okay as well. It's only 1 slot. That's a personal preference kind of thing. Talons is a card that I loved in this deck. Super Poly is a card that I'm not sure you need to play. Like in this deck, I would rather play the 3 more Bystials than the 3 Super Polys, for example. I think that's just as good going second as Super Poly, especially against tier. The Bystials might even be just better than Super Poly. So I'm not convinced by Super Poly at all. Here, for a 60-card deck in this particular version, I don't think there are enough normal summons, as funny as that sounds. Because, like, there's only 1 Rhinoheart, there's only 1 Aluber. Merly is not as consistent as a normal summon in this list, because you just don't have that great chances to mill something. I think Branded Opening should always be a 3 of. That card is insane. Right? That card is crazy. So I would suggest maybe taking out the King of the Swamp, maybe taking out the Branded Banishment, maybe remove Saliak. I'm not sure if you need Saliak. and play like a third opening and maybe 2 more Alibers, something like that. And then I would like that. Yeah, but that's my take on 60 card. That's my take on 60 card branded Bestial tier. I think it's a fine deck, absolutely. As far as the extra deck the side deck goes, we only have one side deck here. The other deck doesn't have one. Crime for going first, that's reasonable, especially considering evenly matched. Expulsion plus Ra's Disciple is also reasonable for going first. You can also consider playing Yugioh over Ra because it beats Flunder. Or you can play both. You could play both and side, because Ra's Disciple is technically better against Sprite and Tier, but Yugioh is better against Flunder, so you could side both if you have access to Yugioh. I know it's expensive, so maybe you don't want to do that. The rest of this is fine. Like, Darkhold is a solid side deck card. Lava Golem is solid in this deck. Droplet is good in some matchups. Super Poly is good in some matchups. It's fine. Yeah, I think it's fine. I don't think you need 2 Kid Kalos, by the way. If there's anything in the extra deck you are missing, you can definitely play 1 less Kid Kalos, I think. I don't think you need 2 in this version. And then we have a list that is closer to 40 cards, which has been submitted by, let me check real quick, Kansler. Kansler submitted a Bestial tier deck with 42 cards. Kind of impressive. We're still playing Branded Fusion. So this is basically just pure tier, but added Branded Fusion and a little bit bigger Bestial package, right? Which, I'm gonna be honest, any deck that plays Bestials to full capacity, like with Lubellion, Branded Beast and such like that, you should always be playing 3 Druisworm. There should always be 9 level 6 Bestials in your deck, in my opinion. Like, absolutely. I actually haven't tried an approach like this, but I can definitely see it working. I don't think I would play 2 Albaz. I do not think I would play 2 Albaz. I think 1 is fine if you play only, like, you play only Branded Fusion and no Aluber to search it and whatnot. I think you don't need to play 2 Albaz for that, because if you have the 1 Albaz, I think you can easily pitch it off Sharon or something and then shuffle it into the deck by making Mud Dragon. I don't think that's the biggest issue in the world. We have 3 other Bestial decks. How close to this are they? And where did you put them? Once again, Super Poly, I'm not sure how I feel about Super Poly right now. In this meta game, I think it's a fine card to play. It's absolutely fine to play it. I'm not sure if it's better than playing another Druisworm. I think this deck looks solid. If you take out the 3 Super Poly, take out an Albaz, you're on 38. You can add a 3rd Druisworm, you're on 39. And you could play 1 other card, like the 3rd Rhinoheart maybe, if you want to. And that looks like a solid deck. I don't know if it's better than Pure Tier, but you definitely have a chance in the tier mirrors. You could play Scream. You could play Terraforming. There's no Terraforming. That should probably be here. That should probably be here, yeah. So that's what I would try. Isn't Super Poly good for Dweller plus Rule Kalos? If people go for that, yeah. If people go for Rule Kalos Dweller, then Super Poly is strong, but I think most of the lists have been going for Barone instead, right? Most of the people have been playing Herald of Orange Light and Diviner of the Herald. And with those decks, you can very consistently play around Super Poly. So I'm not sure how much I like Super Poly. in that regard, if that makes sense. Like, I think if people didn't play if people don't play Herald of Orange Light and Diviner, then Super Poly is pretty strong. I think if they do play around it, then it's a little annoying. You also need to have Keldor or Modora to be good. You mean in general or with Super Poly? Yeah, like if you don't have a very good discard for Super Poly, then you can just lose to the rest. Yeah. Like because like think about it that way. Super Poly basically is just you invest 2 cards to get rid of the Dweller, right? Because the Rule Kalos comes back. The Rule Kalos comes back, so you've invested 2 cards just to kill the Dweller, which is not terrible. Because Dweller is probably your biggest problem in that spot. But on the other hand, you still need to deal with the rest of their opening with 4 cards in hand, which depending on what happened previously is still very, very tough because Tearlament is a good deck outside of Dweller. They don't win only on the back of Dweller, right? They make Dweller on top of like a crazy opener most of the time. So, you know. I would try going without Super Poly, I think. And definitely add the 3rd Druid Worm. And then see if you... I think you can replace 1 Albaz. I think you could. And that's... okay. And then we have from Real 42, we have another approach to the Bestial deck, which is the Thunder Dragons, which I have been asked. I've been asked a ton what I think about Thunder Dragons, because it got a lot of hype after some of the Swiss people played it at YCS Minneapolis, and Jesse also played it at one of the... Jesse already played it at one of the DK tournaments, one of the Invitational, which I said when we watched the decks from the DK tournament, right, which was post Magnificent Mavens, and you guys were asking me what do I think about Jesse's Thunder Dragon deck. I told you that like he was not gonna bring that to YCS Pasadena. It was just literally Thunder Dragon is his favorite deck, I'm pretty sure. And it was just a free invitational, so he just decided to run it, right? Just run it for fun. And happened to do well because he's a good player, right? The Thunder Dragons are not, like, that good anymore. If you compare the effort you have to put in to gain value from a Thunder Dragon, compared to the value you can get from a single Tearlament in your grave, it's not even a comparison. Right? Like, friggin', you have to send a Dragon Roar to the graveyard, which is rather specific, and then you need a card to banish it, and then you summon a Thunder Dragon Dark, and that searches a Monster Reborn. Like, that's not even that good. And then compare that to a freaking sending 1 Tearlament to your grave. Right? Sending a Tearlament to your grave and going, like, Kid Kalos, add mill 8, like, it's just insanity, right? Compare what 1 Dragon Roar does with what 1 Tearlament monster does. It's just not really, you know, it's not really that good. Did we already look at the Sprite list with Shufflers? We have not looked at Sprite yet. We're going to do Sprite. There's like a lot of Sprite submissions, because I think a lot of people are putting a lot of hope into me when it comes to Sprite. We'll get to that in a second. At some point. I think it's after this in the order. On Thunder Dragon, honestly, I don't have much hope for it. I understand it's like a fan favorite kind of situation, right? It's like people like this deck. Levianeer is a good card. Chaos Emperor is a good card. But I'm not too hyped about it. I don't even know honestly what to change with this list right now. It's like, once again, I don't know why Bestial decks are not playing 9 Bestials. Like, this is like the 3rd Bestial deck now that just decided not to max out on Bestials, although your deck already has 51 cards, so you might as well make it 52 and play the full freaking package. Yeah. And then we have finally, I think this finishes out the bestial portion of the deck doctor. We've got a submission from Viking, Bestial Despia. So now the other way around, we have managed to make it 40 by cutting tier limits, which I think is fine. That is something we did on stream as well. When we tried Cameron Neal's deck, we removed the tier limits after a while. I think that's reasonable, because the tier limits make your deck a little bit weaker to Dweller than it should be. Like, this deck, I'm pretty sure, can actually maybe not struggle that much with Dweller. Maybe. Interesting inclusion of Keldo and Modora here. And they said something about it. Even though you have so many cards you want to play in Branded, I felt like running as few cards as possible is better to draw the Bestials more consistently. I like that train of thought. The Ishizu Shufflers kind of feel like Copium, but I thought that they are good cards to mill by your opponent and decent discards off Opening and Lubellion. Because of this, I cited the Frightfur package for non-Ishizu matchups. If I decide to not play the Shufflers, I would main the Frightfur package. Side tech tips appreciated as well. You are right. Finding ways to include Keldo and Modora in your deck. Would be very, very beneficial going into this upcoming format. Of course, this list doesn't look that bad to me, honestly. I was gonna say the Keldo and the Modora actually, like, because you said you moved Ejim Chain, Patchwork, and Poly to the side deck to fit the Modora and the Keldo. Which I can see that. However, I was about to say, like, these cards are also very good with Patchwork, because that gives you a very, very easy way to get them out of your hand, right? That'd be ideal, right? That's like the ideal scenario, is like going second, like slap a Poly, fuse away your Keldo and Modora to deal with their follow-up, and like go Chimera, pop their board, and Keldo, Modora shuffle their stuff into the deck. However, I mean, if you really want to keep it 40, then I don't know if you can add Poly, Patchwork, Ejim Chain. Might not be possible. But I like the idea of the Shufflers it's just like an anti Ishizu deck in a way, where you play, I mean, it's basically, you have the same tech cards basically as Ishizu tier, right? You play the 9 Bestials and the 6 Shufflers, which are also in every Ishizu tier deck pretty much, or like, no, the Bestials to some extent, but like this, like the same non-engine, quote unquote. Just like your main engine is, instead of tier limits, you play Despia, which I'm not sure if it's better. It does compare a little bit more favorably into the Bestials that everyone else is playing, right? Like the Despia engine isn't that vulnerable to opponents' Bestials, for example, right? But yeah, I don't know if you want 2 Branded in Red and Banishment. I'm not sure about that one. That seems bricky, especially against the Grave Shufflers. But other than that, I like this approach. I think it's cool. You should really try and fit this in the main deck, though. I think that's really the bread and butter of... I think this is the bread and butter of going second in Despia, is being able to go Chimera Pop. That's like so broken. It's like one of the reasons to play the deck in the first place. Okay, and we have reached the Sprite portion. We've reached the Sprite portion. So we're just gonna open... Let's open some of these Sprite beauties. Molly Mock, Reich, Tygantic, Waiver. Keyrun has posted 2 even. Experimental version and normal version. Genesis, Gentleben, Reverb. Oh my god, there's so much sprite. They're looking kind of similar though. Somewhat okay, that one's different. There are a lot of sprite decks. Oh my god. Okay, so I've opened all of them. Close this one, close that one. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. That is 13 sprite decks you've submitted. And I have no idea whose is whose now, after opening all of them. I have no idea whose is whose. How do we do this? How do we do this? Let me think. Okay, chat. I'll give you a trade offer. If you're here because of you submitted a sprite deck, how about I just go into my dueling book and try to build a sprite deck the way I would play it. And then you all have basically that's feedback for all of you, isn't it? Shouldn't we just do that? I'll look at your decks for reference. I'll look at your decks for reference and see how I would build it. And because then I don't have to go over 13. Yeah. Alright, so Dortmund Sprite. Let's start with the main deck. We are using this guy. We're using this guy. We're using this guy and this guy. We might use this guy. We do this, this. We do this, this, this. We do this. We play 2 elf, I think. Potentially 3, potentially Gamma Burst, potentially more Smashers in the side. We do play Nimbles, I believe. I would play Nimbles. I would try to keep the deck as simplistic as possible. I don't think Sprite needs to be fancy right now. I think Sprite needs to be as solid as possible, and I think Sprite needs to be at least playing 6 Bestials. Potentially 9. Potentially 9. Double Cross is a card that I would not play right now. Double Cross is a card that I would not play right now. Simple reason is that I believe the card is too bad going second, and the deck already struggles more going second than going first. Give me 1 second, my headphones died. Okay. And then Fenrir, I'm not a fan of, I think. I think Fenrir, I'm not a fan of. Because it clashes with the Bestials, and I think you want to try and avoid that. That's my take on Fenrir. And then a few cards that I would absolutely play. I would absolutely play Talents. I think you need that. I think I would still play Enemy. And I would absolutely play Change of Heart and Mind Control. I think that's what I would. I think those are that's the skeleton that I would start with if I was gonna bring Sprite to Dortmund, and then we probably play Swap Frog as our summon off Gigantic. We probably play Swap Frog, and we probably play Prosperity. Like this. This is the core that I would run, which is already 36 cards, so we already have, like, you know, not that much room for other stuff. Which it feels like most of you have came to the same kind of conclusions. Here we have the Droplet with the 3rd Angler and the 3rd Swap. I don't hate that. We have the Gamma Burst. I don't like that one. The main shifter, though, is interesting. Main deck Shifter. Is that what I would do? Main deck Shifter. We could main deck Shifter, unironically. We could do that. Because it doesn't really matter that it conflicts. I don't think it matters that it conflicts with Swap Frog, because you don't have to set up Toad under Shifter. I think the one card that I would play then is this. I think you need Pure Light. I think you need Pure Light if you main deck Shifter. The reason why you don't want it to be Gamma Burst, you don't want it to be Gamma Burst if you main deck Shifter, is because you don't want to waste, you don't want the main deck brick. And Gamma Burst also doesn't help you if you go first. If you go first and you have Shifter, Gamma Burst doesn't do anything for you in that scenario. So you want the Pure Light. You want the Pure Light. I think this is a solid 39 cards for Sprite. If you want to bring Sprite to Dortmund. I think this has a reasonable chance of doing well. And then maybe the last card could be one Saronier, just because it's good. And you can, if you have Druid Worm already, your Magnamut can search Saronier for just to have different ones. I think that's reasonable. Or it could be Pixies if you want Pixies. That's also okay. I think this is very reasonable. No, I can see this. And then side deck. I don't think this deck should be siding that much against Tearlament. Maybe you side the 2 extra. Like going second against Tear. What would you even want to side out? You don't have much to side out. Right? You kind of want to keep Talons. You kind of want to keep Enemy because that's what they're for. You could side out Swaps going second and play like 2 more Saroniers. Could do that. Don't hate that. And then we need to prepare for... And then we need to side heavily for Flunder. What is the best side for Flunder that I would play? Yeah, we side for Rogue, so we play Fenrir. We play Fenrir because it's good against every Rogue deck, but we need to side out. Like, look at this. We need to side out Shifter, Druid Worm, Magnamut, Saronier. That's 10 cards against Flunder. And you also kind of want to side out Enemy. So, like, I think everything except for the Saronier need to be, like, side deckable against Flunder. It's crazy. Right? I think everything has to be side deckable against Flunder. Which is crazy. And also to an extent for the mirror we're fine. What do you think about Soul Scissors? Soul Scissors isn't good against Bystials, that's the problem. Evenly could be okay if you side out Bystials in some matchups. Evenly could be okay. Dark Hole, I can see Dark Hole because it outs like, it's good against Flunder, it outs Mystic Mine, it's good against random stuff. Could also be Raigeki if you're not too worried. I think a second Smashers is solid. I think a second Smasher is solid. Dark Hole I think is very reasonable. The problem if we add a Dark Hole and Evenly, by the way, that the first thing that I'm thinking about here. Like I said earlier, if we face Flunder, we need to side out Shifter, Druid Worm, Magnamut, Saronier, and Enemy. And that includes going first, right? Going first, we also need to do that. So, and Darkhole and Evenly are both not that good going first, right? There is a few things, like you could keep Magnamut in your deck and one target for it. Like you could keep 3 Magnamut and a Druid's Worm in your deck. That's not that bad, right? Impermanence is the card. Impermanence is like good going first and second. Impermanence is not a bad idea. It's like not as impactful as you would like it to be for a going second card, but I don't hate Impermanence. Imperm. I do not hate this. You might need the thing is, I don't know if you need Dogwood Resonator in Sprite. Sprite tends to be a rather quick deck, especially like the hand trap versions. That's something you would have to test. That's something I genuinely haven't, like, this particular version of Sprite should be ending games rather quickly. I feel like. I feel like you should be ending games rather quickly with this deck, so maybe it's fine to play without a time option. Plunder doesn't ODK, so stuff like Dark Ruler and Dark Hole should still be fine side going first. Yeah, maybe. The problem is like Dark Holing your own stuff if they're not able to clear everything is kind of annoying, but okay. Well, we're just gonna leave it at that for now. We could side Mannequin Cat targets, but I'm not sure if we want Mannequin Cat. We'll see how tight the extra deck is first. So I like Toad. I also like I like Charmers in this a lot. Like I like Dark a lot, and I like Area as well. I think Area is great against Ruled Kalos, especially if you play the Talents of Change of Heart Mind Control version. Taking their Ruled Kalos Area, bringing it back is quite nice. I think. Asa you can't make unless if you side Fenrir, but I don't think that's worth it. You don't need Asa unless like you would have to steal their Earth monsters. I'm not too convinced by that. And then I think you want Onibimaru. I think you want Cavalry's Downerd Zeus, probably. Downerd and Zeus. Thank you, Styles Clash. Thank you for the 4 months as well. Appreciate it. Are you sure you need Cavalry for Zeus? You don't necessarily, like, not 1,000% that you need that. You could go without Cavalry. What's like in the others here? Okay, they're playing IP Unicorn and Avramax. They're playing, oh, we could play Wallow. I don't hate Wallow at all. Wallow is nice. I think, with 7 Bestials. Djinn Buster. I'm not sure how often Djinn Buster still comes up. It is an option. It is an option. The question is basically, do we need Mannequin Cat? Do we need Mannequin Cat and do we need IP Avramax and Unicorn? What's the name of this song? This song is Snow by Red Hot Chili Peppers. Oh, one card that I really like when you play Shifter. One card that you should be playing if you play Shifter is this guy. You need this guy if you play Shifter. Let's cut the Djinn Buster for now. This is kind of like a hot take, I guess. I haven't seen this before. It's just like a last minute tip. That's if I would have played Sprite, I would have played this guy. It doesn't have an effect that's relevant. It just matters that it's a rank 2, a link 2 monster that has 2300 attack, and it can attack over Baguska. You can play Cerberus against Baguska, but if they make it in the extra monster zone, you don't have an out to it. If they make Baguska in the extra monster zone, you're kind of screwed. No, Cerberus works. Cerberus can work, but if they make Baguska in the extra monster zone to play around Cerberus, then you can't out it. What about Dagger for Hire? I mean, Dagger for Hire is like worse because it dies, right? You have to tribute it. It doesn't. The effect doesn't matter. I genuinely don't know. It has like the effect where it summons the 0 day or whatever. It's like when this card is special summoned, if it's co-linked, you can special summon a Codebreaker 0 day from your hand deck or grave to any zone a link monster points to during the end phase. This card's in the grave because it was destroyed while in your possession by an opponent's card and sent there this turn. You can special summon this card but banish it when it leaves the field. Blah blah blah. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it doesn't matter. The effect doesn't matter. It's just 2300. It's just 2300 for to run over Baguska. That's all. I think I would play that. I think I would play that. You can do nice stuff with like it's a dark, so you just like summon it, attack the Baguska, and then you either make dark or gigantic with it, and you've outed the Baguska. I think it's solid. I think this is something you can play around with. And I think this is a very solid baseline. I think the main deck is quite strong. To be honest, I'm like pretty confident that this main deck is close to optimal for Sprite. Pretty sure. I feel confident saying that. I think this main deck is strong. Side and extra would need a little bit more testing, but at first glance, this seems reasonable to me. Am I missing an Avermax out? I don't know how important it is to have an Avermax out, but like you have Zeus. Right? You have Zeus and Sky Cavalry. You can just attack into the Avermax. It doesn't die, and then you can Zeus him. Yeah. Or you just go Cavalry bounce it. That works too. Yeah. How does Herald of Pure Light work? Okay, the idea behind Herald of Pure Light, I guess it's more of a niche card, that's why people don't know. You can detach one XYZ material from this card, then target one monster in your grave, add it to your hand, then shuffle one card from your hand into the deck. So the way this works is you discard Dimension Shifter, and if you cannot OTK, you make Herald of Pure Light, detach a material. The material is banished because Shifter is active, and then you take back the Shifter. You take back the Shifter, and you can use it again because your grave is empty. They have to bestial the Shifter. However, they have to do it very early. Otherwise, you can just make gigantic and lock them out of the bestial, and then they can't do that anymore. That they basically have to predict that you're running Pure Light. And also, if they bestial your Shifter, you could just have a second Shifter. Anyways, the graveyard is also empty. So auto loss to Floodgates unless you have Smashers. I mean, yeah. If you don't have an out to the Floodgate, you lose to it. That's kind of how they work. No? I think that's how they work. Dortmund Jungs, thank you for the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you. I think you should play Double Cross instead of the third enemy controller because it's searchable and gives you a stronger board if you Shifter on turn 1. On the one hand, I agree. On the other hand, I don't think you need a stronger board on their Shifter. I think, I mean, against Ishizu at least, it's like it doesn't matter what board you make. It literally is irrelevant. Raigeki, Dark Hole over Raigeki because of stuff like Mystic Mine, Raz Disciple, Ido the Magical Force, whatever it's called, that type of stuff. Okay, I think that sums it up. I think that's a good way to go about it, because like I said, 15 people submitted a Sprite deck, and I figured I would just show you instead how I would probably build it if I was gonna run Sprite. Shuzi, thank you for the 2 months, appreciate you, welcome back. Thoughts on Cat Shark? Maybe not necessarily in Pure, but would be better in Runic Sprite. Cat Shark is okay, also with Shifter, because it helps OTKing a little bit. Maybe take a look at fancy builds. Okay, this one is relatively standard, so we talked about that. We talked about that. Talked about that. Yep. Here, I don't quite understand the idea behind the Keldo and the Mudora. I mean, I know they're good cards against Ishizu here, but we can't really discard them, can we? We can't really discard them. What do you think about 3 swaps? I don't think you need 3 swaps. This one is also very close. I don't know why Crow over more Bestials. Bestials just do it better, I think. That is the same deck, except for Imperm over Shifter, which is also fine. This is the same deck, except it just has 2 Soroniers in the main deck, and it's 42 that way. That's also funny. You built the exact same deck, but you didn't cut the 2 Soroniers. That's also cool. This one has... You can tell it's my viewers, right, submitting these decks. You've been taking notes on the recent streams. We have 1 less Bestial here for Hyperia. Hyperia is okay, but with Prosperity, I'm not a huge fan of it. It's basically like you have to have drawn Swap Frog and not Prosperity to resolve Hyperia. Okay. This one's more fancy. This is different in 2 ways. The one way it's different is instead of Swap Frogs, you play the Melfies to make Herald, which I think that is okay. It's arguable whether it's better or not. Like you could argue it's not better, you could argue it's okay. I think it's fine, to be quite honest. The other thing that's different here is the tech choices, which that I'm not that much of a fan of. I don't know why Alpha, Nib, Cosmic, and Imperm are the cards of choice here. I don't hate Alpha. I think Alpha is a strong card against here. It just sucks that it loses to Saliak, which is like, that's what they do. Right? That's exactly what they do. I don't know. Alpha, because you can search it and recycle it. Okay. Alpha is okay then. But Nib, Cosmic, Imperm seems like a weird combination. Also, Duster. I'm not sure if I like Duster that much right now. Nib because I'm poor. I mean, you can still play like Bestials. I guess if you don't have Magnamut, that could be a problem. But you could still play like Druisworm. You could still play Druisworm instead of Nib. That would probably still be better. Cosmic is okay. It just doesn't seem high impact enough, but Cosmic's okay. It's like those cards are okay. They just don't seem optimal. Like I don't hate Cosmic. I don't like Nibiru. Like Cosmic and Imperm are okay. Yeah. The Feather Duster is probably a cut. Druisworm is getting really expensive. Is it? Oh, please stop. Stop with the Bestial. Oh my, what? Oh my, what? I mean, holy shit. Holy shit. Oh my god. It doesn't stop. 20? Oh my lord. Oh my lord. There is no way, dude. There's no way. When I did not expect, like, that's the darkest timeline. When I bought Druis Worms for 17, I did not expect it to be a good investment. That's the darkest timeline, dude. I didn't think it was actually... I didn't think it would turn out to be, like, not bad to buy him for 17 or whatever. My god. I mean, the one good thing about this... is imagine if this was a freaking secret rare. Imagine if this was a secret rare. The same with freaking Fenrir. The same with Fenrir. Imagine if these cards were secrets. But yeah, it still is ridiculous, but okay. No, I mean, I don't hate this overall. The ratios are okay. I also don't think... Wait, what is... Hello? The first time each beast monster you control will be destroyed by card effect, each turn is not destroyed, you can target the... and you're showing them don't join. I don't think you play that one. I don't think you play Melfi Hide and Seek. I don't think you play Double Cross. Although Double Cross is good to protect your Herald of Orange Light. I don't think you play Nib. I don't think you play Called By. The rest of the deck is fine. Here we have... What is this? Isn't this just the deck that got third at the YCS? Isn't this just the deck that got third at the YCS? Almost card for card. I do not agree with second Smasher in the main deck, especially if that makes you run 41. That's the one thing I really don't like. I don't hate the third Swap Frog, although I don't think it's necessary. I don't hate Ash, although I don't think it's necessary. I like Skullmeister even. I like Imperm. I like the Bestials. I like the deck. I just it just doesn't seem convincing enough without like actual board breaking capacities, like, you know, the enemies and Change of Heart and Mind Control and stuff like that. Those seem very good. Yeah. If you're playing Penny, shouldn't you play a Synchro? Wait, there was Herald of the Arclight in there, yeah. This is, once again, wait, this is the exact same deck that we just built, except Imperm over Shifter and Pixies over... Pixies over the one Saronir, okay. And this has Fenrir and Bestials, which in which case I just think play more Bestials is better. Just play more Bestials. The rest is fine. No talents. I'm not sure if I'm not sure. I don't think hand traps are better than talents and enemy and stuff like that, but that's also a personal preference kind of thing. Also take out the Called by the Grave. I don't think Called by the Grave is good against the Graveyard Shufflers in this meta. Okay. Alright, and that's it for Sprite, I think. I think that's it for Sprite. I think this is a list that I would suggest using. You have to check whether you need Gin Buster or IP to have a secondary thing to end on the first turn. I think IP Avermax Unicorn is a solid package. Although I don't know what I would take out. I think most of these things are kind of necessary. Kind of. Not really 100%. Cozy Offline, thank you for the 3 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. How would you build Naturia? I don't know if we have a Naturia. Let's check. We have more. Oh my god. There is Naturia coming up. KFJ has done it. KFJ have submitted Blunder, which we will only look at Flunder once. Can I still send something in? Sure, you can go !Discord and submit a deck. I cannot promise that we get through all of them. I cannot, as always, I cannot promise that we get through every single one, but if you want to, !Discord, join the Discord and try and submit a deck and see if we get to it. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it works. We'll see. So, okay, for once, let's actually try and give a serious answer here. And that serious answer will begin with me saying that I haven't played much Flunder. So there's a couple of things that I don't know for sure. I don't think you need T3 2-3. I think that's kind of weird, chap. I think I've heard a lot of people that play Flunder say that they really want to play 2 barrier statues because of the milling effects of the Ishizus. Because sometimes they get rid of your only barrier statue, and that's kind of awkward, right? So I would already cut a 3 for a barrier statue of the Stormwinds. Now for the quote-unquote stuff that's non-standard, because like, I mean, 3 Shifter, Eaglin, 2 Empin, Rabinas, 1-3, 1 Tokan, Avian, Reza, 3 Adventure, 3 Map, 1 Unexplored Winds, 3 Duality, 3 Prosperity, Terraforming, 3 Evenly, and Town. That all seems very standard at this point. I think Evenly is solid. 2 Talents and 3 Enemy are the non-engine of choice, quote-unquote, here. Enemy seems okay, because you can like dodge Saliak. That has to be the idea, right? Dodge Saliak against Ishizu. Could be okay. No, I'm not playing this. This is a Deck Doctor stream. Enemy could be okay. Talents is weird because it conflicts with Prosperity, I think. Enemy is also a Baguska out. Yeah. It's also a Baguska out. Not bad. Might not be better than Droplet, though. I guess Droplet doesn't work under Shifter. Yeah. No, it is better than Droplet, Nix. It is better than Droplet because I mean, Baguska comes up specifically in those games where you get shifted, right? You can't Droplet your Flu on field. Oh yeah, you also can't do that. Yeah. So, no, I like the enemies. I don't know about Talents, but I also don't know what I would play instead of Talents. So I would say cut a 3 for a second statue and cut the 2 Talents for something else. I think Talents after Prosperity is just a little too awkward in this deck, because I think this deck wants to draw almost always. Why play Enemy instead of Dark Ruler? Because Dark Ruler cannot help you through Saliak. Maybe you can play both. Maybe Talents should just be Dark Ruler. One of the Flunder decks that made top 32 had an Adir Servant package to out Baguska. Yeah, you could try that. But I'm really not an expert on Flunder, thankfully. Never had to go that route. All right, we have a lot of Naturia decks actually. All right, let's talk about Naturia for a second. We have T-Mac, Awakened, I'm a Scrub, Abyss, and Killua all submitting different versions of Naturia. All right. Here we have 1 tree and 1 blessing. Ooh. Here we have 3 blessing, 3 tree, 3 droplet. Varying amounts of Vernusylphs. Here we have Herald and Druisworm and a full Ishizu package. Here we have Evenly Talents, Blessing, Sacred Tree. Now let me start by saying I actually think Naturia is not a bad deck. I don't think it's the best pick for the tournament, but I think it's playable. Once again, it's like if you don't want to play Ishizu tier, I think Vernusylph, Naturia, Ishizu pile is like solid if you know how to play it, because it is hard to play. It's also hard to play against. I think some people are gonna mess up some stuff for sure against you, which is always an advantage. But I don't actually know exactly what kind of ratios I would be playing on the Vernusylphs. I think this one is maybe a little far-fetched. The one that just adds an earth from grave to hand. That might be a little awkward. Isn't this one the one that's also just draw one card? I'm not sure if that's the best. For the deck doctor, does it have to be through DB? Yeah, we do DB only because it's just way more structured, and I can look at the cards and I can hover the cards that I want to talk about. It's just way better. I like a big Vernusylph package though. I like the Seedlings. The Seedlings is broken. The Flourishing Hills is also really good. The Foolish guy can be solid. I like a bigger Vernusylph package, I think. Just in theory. I haven't practiced that much with it. I think it's good in theory. Out of these ones, the ones that looks the best... Might be this one. Although I don't know if you want 3 of the Foolish dude. I thought, when I was playing this deck, I felt like 3 Sacred Tree was necessary. I thought 3 Sacred Trees were necessary. I ran out of these like so frequently. That might have been me not being like the best player with the deck yet. But I thought that 3 was a good card at 3. I liked Fenrir. I liked Fenrir a lot. 1 second. Herald of Orange Light, I don't like. One of them said they couldn't afford Fenrir. Okay, so that might be the reason. Don't play Foolish. You literally play 3 Duck, 2 Pink, 1 Vera. I've tested this deck for the last 4 months. I mean, I actually don't know. I like the Gravekeeper's Trap. I don't know how good Exchange is. On top of that, could be okay. But yeah, I'm having a hard time giving feedback on this specific deck because I feel like the options with all the different Naturia cards you have, with all the different Vernusylph ratios you can play, all the different Ishizu ratios you can play, it's like really tough to build. So what I can do though is I can give you my first impression of some of these cards. Velocity, thank you for the 3 months, appreciate you. Welcome back. I think Fenrir is good. I think Bell is okay. I think Alpha is eh. I think Seedlings is very strong. I think Flourishing Hills is good. I think Awakening Forest is a one-off. I don't think you play these 2. I think Vera is playable. Camellia and Mole Cricket are 3-offs. Stinkbug is playable. Sunflower is, I think, always a one-off. Blessing is at least a 2-of, I think. Sacred Tree looks like a 3-of to me. I like 3 Modora, 3 Keldo. I don't know how many Millers I would play. I like Prosperity. I like Gravekeeper's Trap. I don't like Herald. Agido, I would say maximum a 1-of. I don't like Vayne. 3 of this is too much. Droplet, I think, is okay. It's not like awesome, insane, sick or anything, but it's playable. It's like if you really want to, you can. Called By isn't good. Exchange of the Spirit doesn't convince me. I think Gravekeeper's Trap alone might be better. Bamboo Shoot, I think if it was a different format where like a spell and trap lock was like insane, then Bamboo Shoot could be okay. Right now, I feel like Bamboo Shoot isn't auto-win enough. Maybe in the side deck for some decks. But main deck, I don't think I would play it. I think it's okay. I just don't think it's good enough against specifically Ishizu. But it could be a good side deck card. Horn Needle, I've never tried, so I cannot say whether it's good or not. Bestials, I think are good, of course, but I'm not sure if I would play them in a deck that's only Earth monsters and can't use them after the Vernusylphs. I think there's better tech cards than the Bestials in Naturia. Tactics is good. Evenly seems a little bit too focused on when you go second. When you go first, the card's completely dead. I think I'd rather play a card that I can at least use going first in this particular deck. And last but not least, this deck doesn't have anything new that we haven't talked about yet. So that's my take on all the Naturias. I'm sorry that I don't have like a list in mind that I can just show you and be like, yeah, this is good. Because I don't have that yet. In my mind, it's just like I have opinions on all those cards, right? I have opinions on these cards, like Fenrir Solid, stuff like that, yeah. So you have my takes on all the individual cards in the deck, at least. I think that's a good compromise. All right. Okay. Septo submitted this, I think, and Arshel submitted this. And Skrelp put them in the Discord server. Skrelp put these as war criminal. The hell is this deck, dude? I'm pretty sure it's not serious because it doesn't even have a side deck and everything, but it's kind of funny. How do you make... Oh yeah, we play Bestials. My god. You know what the problem with this deck is? It doesn't even win with Shifter. Like, you Shifter them, and you do what? Make a Zeus? Like, what? What's the idea here? We Shifter and then we make Zeus? But then Zeus isn't even that good against Tyr. I feel like the Shifter doesn't even make sense in this. The problem with this deck is it's too good, okay. But this is just Paulo's deck from the next YCS, I think. Pretty much. This might literally just be Paulo's deck from the next YCS. 3 Ash, 3 Valor, 3 Crow, 3 Cherries, 3 Druisworm, 3 Magnamute, 3 Saronia, 3 Bell, 3 Skullmeister, 1 Ogre, 3 Invocation, 3 Alistair, 3 Meltdown, 1 Terraforming, and 2 Pod Desires. Based Paulo deck, but I don't think this is a serious submission, so we don't have to, you know. Acunim, trying to upgrade my Sword Soul Tenny deck with Bestials. They actually don't clash too often with Tennies, and you can make Yazi with Adhara and 1 Bestial. Just curious what you think about it. I mean, I think Bestials are playable in Sword Soul, but like, how do they not clash with Tennies? Like, how do they not clash with tennies? I don't understand. Of course they clash with tennies, don't they? Just Ashina? Tennies can banish from hand to activate their effects. I mean, yeah, but that's not even close to as good. Also, you still need to put a non-effect monster up. Like, you would still have to... You can't start with the tennies anymore. You have to start with the token from Sword Soul. I mean, I guess Bestials are that good that maybe you don't care. Maybe you just don't care about your deck clashing a little bit. I just don't see a reason to play Sword Soul right now, but I guess if you really want to and you've been finding the Bestials okay, then I mean, go for it. I would cut the Called by the Grave to make it 41. And I don't think you need Stana right now. I don't think you need Stana. Wasn't like one of the main reasons for Stana that when you got Veilered or Impermed, you want to chain Circle and summon this or something? Or something like that? I don't think that matters right now, right? Because people aren't playing Veiler and Imperm as often. You can make Dweller with Stana. I don't think it's an amazing deck, but I don't think we have to expect that. But yeah, I think take out the Called by the Grave and maybe consider taking out the Stana. Although I don't know exactly if it's necessary or not. Also, we're not even playing Dweller, so that's not an argument. We also don't play Dragite, so it can't be those. Alright, next up, we have another somewhat interesting deck, which is Draco Slayer by Mr. Gibba. This deck is not for the YCS, but just for locals and regionals. This deck is a work in progress right now with a bunch of options. Okay, so we play 3 Ignis, 3 Majesty, 3 Dynamite. I agree with those. We play the Lusters. Those looked good from what I've seen, which, once again, I haven't played much with this deck. Master Pendulums, Bunbuku. Wait, why do we need this? Is this required for anything? Or is it just good enough for it to be a Draco Slayer? Oh, are they all high scales? What isn't this? It's a low scale you can search with the Revolution. Oh, because it's dragon. Okay, I see. I thought these were all dragons, but I guess they are not. Okay, they are warrior, spellcaster, and machine. I thought they were dragon. Okay. Bunbuku is nice because it can search this thing, right? It's Magic Spectre card. Okay, yeah. Bunbuku, Skull Crobat, Monkey Board, Harmonizing. What's the idea behind... Oh, you want this 8 scale. Behind Monkey Board is 1 card scale into Celestial Magician, right? Okay. Harmonizing, 2 purple poison. Odd-Eyes Revolution. Astrograph, Sloth, Eccentric, Dark Ruler, Rhoda, Dynamist Charge, and Skyrus. Okay, so now my first take on this, the first thing I see is it has a very classic pendulum problem. It might just be this list. It might not be Draco Slayers in general. But I always see pendulum decks with like 37 engine. Right? 37 engine or something like that. And that just makes the decks usually rather bad going second, right? I think this deck is too weak going second, even without even having tested it that much. I feel like you can't play through a full tier limit board, right? Because your Dark Ruler just gets crimed, and then there's no way you play through whatever they have, right? Do you? And that immediately makes it like a coin flip deck, right? If you go first against Ishizu tier, you probably win most of the time. But if they go first, they also always win. So it's not, you can never really consider this a counter. I think this should be running the Odd Eyes Perform Pal Synchron plus Tilting Entertainment and Barone, since that lets Monkey Board make Barone, which is nice. It could be. You don't need all of the engine, for sure. This deck is chock full of options that are not required. Okay, then I would just say my feedback on this deck is, I cannot tell you what to remove because I genuinely don't know the ins and outs of this deck perfectly yet. I don't know what you should be cutting, but I think you should be cutting down on pendulum cards and play good non-engine, like, I don't know, talents. I don't think this deck can play Droplet, but like talents. Maybe this deck can play Bystials. Would Bystials be bad in this, chat? Can't we like Magnemute Surge Luster? Isn't that nice? Or do we need like a free board? Do we need like an empty board? Okay, why are we not playing Bystials then? Bystials are amazing? Yeah, then this deck should definitely be on Bystials. They're like extenders, they help you make Beyond the Pendulum. Maybe Fenrir is good too. Yeah, no, I like those. Yeah, you should try, like, I don't know, maybe you don't need Bunbuku, maybe you don't need the Performapals, maybe you don't need the Master's Pendulum, I don't know, maybe you don't need the Magician. I don't actually know which one you cut, but I think you cut something. I think you cut something. For that. Why is Beat Cop here? Why is Beat Cop here? How do we even make Beat Cop? I like the inclusion of the Quaggar Hercules. That seems very good. I like the innovation there. Very Pog deck, very nice, very cool. Henshin Han submitted Rika, the only player to submit Rika so far, I believe, and he said, or they said, sorry, used Marcus Patel's Rika list as a base, and I'm playing it for a similar reason he played it at Antwerp. A meta call. Removed the main deck Mystic Minds, Dark Rulers, and Called By for Droplet, Rose Girl, and Blessed Winds, 4 Aroma Serafi, Marjoram, and another Rika Konkon. I'm not sold on the droplets or main deck rivalry being correct in this meta. I also feel like having access to Blessed Winds is worth the cost due to the extra recursion the card can provide. Can make by Jasmine Tribute for Lonefire Tribute another for Rose Girl. If I have access to Ricapel or Snowdrop, makes the end board weaker to Super Poly between Bengal Lancer and Marjoram, but I think it's still okay game 1. If not, I think Garura for Marjoram for an Ultimate Slayer target, so I could run in the side deck and replace Winds plus Rose Girl plus Concon for Terraforming and 2 Mystic Minds. I'm okay with the side deck, but what suggestions if possible? Okay. I think like random Mystic Mines lost a lot of value going into Dortmund because I feel like the Heartbeat is going to be incredibly popular. I think Heartbeat is something you don't have to play in tournaments. I'm actually not sure if I like it. But just the fact that like it's kind of like a 50-50 situation of like some people play it, some people don't. You never really know when you can rely on Mystic Mine, which really takes away from the card a lot. For the most part, about this deck though, I think if you don't have Mystic Mine as a realistic win condition, I think this deck also becomes very, very coin flippy. Like I don't see this deck, and that's just me once again being like not sure on Rika, because I'm like, I know the cards, but I'm not an expert on it. And it's like, I would think this deck is not good going second, looking at it. Like, I don't see this breaking a full tournament board. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if that's like the easiest thing ever. But it wouldn't look like it. I don't like Droplet either. To be honest, I don't like Droplet right now in these types of decks. Because like, the tournament decks have Crime, and like Dropletting into Crime seems awful. Unless you have genuinely like amazing cards to send, which this deck probably doesn't. So I would take out Droplet. I think Rivalry also doesn't help with going second as much, so I would take out these and maybe play... Maybe Evenly is something you can consider. Like, you can bait the Crime and then Evenly them. Maybe that's something you can do. Maybe Rivalry is still fine, though, because you can, like, bait out their... You can bait out their stuff, set Rivalry pass, and maybe win on the back of that, but... I guess they have Pearl or Rhino most of the time anyway, so it wouldn't work. But, yeah, I have a hard time giving you feedback on this one. I think Evenly seems okay. I think Evenly seems okay. But, okay, we need to do a quick lunch break, because I have received a lunch. What do we watch on lunch break today? Has everyone seen the Super Zulu the card projection thing yet? Because I haven't seen it yet. I just saw it going around like crazy. Has anyone seen it yet? I haven't seen it yet, so I think we can watch that. Because honestly I heard it's amazing. So even if you have seen it yet, you know, let's give it a second watch for you guys. So I clicked it earlier, but I actually haven't watched it yet. Check it, it's so cool. All right, let's see. And then we'll continue the deck doctor after. Just let me quickly have my food.
Je crois qu'on a des choses à se dire. Vous pouvez pas savoir à quel point je suis contente de vous faire cette vidéo pour vous présenter enfin mon projet secret sur lequel je bosse depuis plus de 7 mois. Pourquoi c'est si important de vous la faire? Parce que ça veut dire que j'ai réussi. J'ai réussi à réaliser ce qui était pour moi comme un de mes... C'est même pas un rêve parce que je pensais pas que c'était possible, mais plus un fantasme de gamin quand je regardais Yu-Gi-Oh sur Canal J en sortant de l'école et que je savatais ma carte sur la table en criant Dragon blanc, yeux bleus et que je voulais la voir sortir et que ça marchait pas. Ce jour où j'ai acheté le disque de duel chez moi, je mettais mes cartes sans protection et je les défonçais.
Have you watched their Duel of Kings series, also Fire? I haven't yet. I haven't seen it, but I've heard that they do some pretty sick stuff in the French Yu-Gi tubing department. I've heard a lot of things about them, but I am not familiar with a lot of their stuff yet. But I've heard good things about it. That's why I was open to check this one out. I haven't seen much about it yet, but I'm hearing a lot of good things.
Mais qu'elle s'invoquait pas devant. Eh bien aujourd'hui, je suis hyper... C'est même pas de la fierté, c'est même pas être content, c'est bien au-delà de tout ça. Je suis trop heureux de pouvoir vous présenter enfin mon projet secret. En effet, le 19 mars 2022, je suis allé à un concert d'Orelsan à Paris-Bercy et j'ai pris une claque monumentale. Et sur la route du retour, en rentrant à Dunkerque, j'étais là, mais attends, c'est complètement insane. Moi aussi, il faut que je fasse des choses comme ça. Évidemment, spoiler, je ne sais pas faire, mais je suis sûr, et ça, j'en suis toujours certain, c'est qu'on peut tout apprendre. Il suffit de se donner du temps. Et du temps, on n'en a pas toujours. Mais en tout cas, je m'en suis donné. Je me suis dit, eh bien, tu vois, cette idée qui a germé en toi quand tu as vu le projet à thème, projet qu'on vous avait présenté dans Radio Yu-Gi-Oh! Ce mec un peu fou, en fait, se dit, bah, je vais créer une application où on va pouvoir mettre notre téléphone comme ça et jouer à Speed Duel. Et si on a des lunettes connectées, en réalité augmentée, on va pouvoir voir les cartes sortir. Quand j'ai vu cette vidéo, je me suis dit, mais moi aussi, je veux créer quelque chose comme ça, appliqué au live, et faire sortir des modèles 3D pour faire kiffer les gens qui me regardent. Et me faire kiffer moi aussi. Eh bien, quand je suis rentré du concert d'Orelsan, je me suis dit, je sais que c'est possible, je sais que ça va être très long, mais il faut que je me lance là-dedans. Il faut que je me lance là-dedans pour pas avoir de regrets. Et surtout parce que je pense que c'est possible. Et en effet, j'ai eu raison. Aujourd'hui, je suis très heureux de pouvoir vous dire, j'ai réussi. Dealer Dragon Blanc aux yeux bleus.
That's so sick. That's so cool. Does it work with all the cards?
Alors j'ai réussi quoi?
There's no way they have 3D models for all the cards.
Parce que jusqu'à présent, vous avez juste vu un dragon blanc aux yeux bleus sortir d'une de mes cartes.
3,600 so far. I mean, that's still a bigger card pool than Master Duel, I'm pretty sure.
J'ai réussi à créer un tapis connecté Yu-Gi-Oh! Qui reconnaît toutes les cartes que je pose sur le tapis. Et qui est connecté à plusieurs applications qui sont directement liées au live. C'est-à-dire que tout fonctionne en live, sans aucun technicien. Et ça me permet de faire plusieurs choses. Un, d'afficher des modèles 3D qui sortent de mes cartes.
Breaker.
Et de pouvoir attaquer et gueuler comme un âne. Dragon blanc aux yeux bleus, attaque, et voir le monstre attaquer. Ça, c'est quand même insane. Deux, ça me permet d'avoir un assistant réalisation, en fait. D'habitude, tâche que je propose à mes copains de Dunkerque en leur disant « Hey, tu fais quoi jeudi de 20h à 22h? Dis-moi, je vais faire des duels et m'amuser en live. Et toi, est-ce que ça te dit de rester derrière mon PC et de cliquer sur les cartes une à une pour les afficher dans le coin droit de mon stream pour que les gens puissent suivre le duel ?» Eh bien, aujourd'hui, avec ce tapis, eh bien, c'est fait automatiquement. À chaque...
That is one of the things that has been stopping me from doing IRL like dueling content, because I feel like it's something that it shouldn't be as hard as it is to create like real life dueling content, right? Like just playing remotely, you face so many weird issues, right? Like glare on the cards, no one knowing what the cards do. Like I can't just hover a card on like IRL and just show everyone what it does like I can on DB. It's like, for the hardcore competitive audience, right? It's like fine. They'll understand what's going on, but for more like casual viewers, it's like much harder to follow a game when you have me trying to like focus on the game and not play like terribly, right? You need like some way to, I don't know, explain what's going on, like show the card effects at least or something, and always requires a lot of manpower if it's not done. If it's not done by some app.
Une fois que je pose une carte, la carte s'affiche en haut à droite. Si elle a un modèle 3D, le modèle 3D sort de la carte. Et enfin, et c'est là où j'en suis aussi très content, elle fait la réalisation automatique de mon live. C'est quoi? Ça veut dire quoi? Ça veut dire que dès que je pose la carte, si je la pose et que vous voyez la vue de haut, vous allez voir le crâne de Frère Toc, du dragon blanc aux yeux bleus, et vous allez...
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean. It's like, you put a card on the board, and it's like, it's not even about the 3D model, honestly. The 3D models, the 3D models are hype. The 3D models are amazing. But also just the fact that like the life overlay picks up which cards he puts onto the field and puts the picture on the screen for everyone to see and read the card.
Ce qu'il faut, c'est que quand je pose la carte, ça change de scène et que là vous voyez.
It looks much better in this view, by the way. The top view, it's kind of unnecessary in the top view because the cards are so transparent, so see-through. This one is hype though, this view. I guess can't really see it. I guess I should be on this side for this.
La carte sortir et ensuite une fois qu'elle est sortie, hop, on repasse à la vue d'après pour que vous puissiez voir l'étendue du board. Ce qui me permet donc d'avoir les mains libres quand j'invoque un monstre et automatiquement ça change de caméra et ça revient une fois l'invocation.
Didn't someone say it was just old school cards? I mean, I guess I'm a boomer here, but like Hyperion is like 2011 or something. That's not old school.
Fini. Et ça, bah, j'en suis plutôt content parce que ça va me permettre d'avoir un live dynamique en proposant de la 3D et en plus en proposant des changements de cam tout en vous permettant de suivre au mieux les invocations sur le terrain. Et ça fait d'ailleurs exactement la même chose quand j'appuie sur le bouton du Stream Deck, ça attaque et ça revient sur la bonne caméra. Voilà, ça me permet du coup d'avoir un tapis qui...
So he has like a foot pedal to control this type of stuff. See, that already makes it's nice. That's very, very hype, like an attack animation and switching the view. It is something that it's like, I'm looking at this from like, could we use this at some point to make like competitive content more accessible, which like it's still hard to do for someone to play like a competitive combo or whatever and then still have to like yeah.
À la fois affiche les cartes en 2D pour que vous puissiez les lire, à la fois invoque les monstres en 3D et gère complètement mon logiciel de stream, fait la réalisation à ma place. J'ai quand même prévu un petit truc au cas où on invoquerait beaucoup trop de monstres dans le même tour, on attaquerait avec beaucoup trop de monstres. J'ai un mode manuel, mais cette fois-ci pas avec la main, mais avec les pieds grâce à la pédale Elgato qui m'ont envoyé. Je les remercie, ça me permet du coup d'avoir un mode automatique et un mode pédale avec le pied qui me laisse les mains libres, qui me permet moi-même, par exemple, dans une situation où j'ai beaucoup de...
It's still something you have to focus a lot on. Like you don't have... It still takes focus away from your like trying to play optimally, right? From a competitive standpoint. For casual duels, this is like insane.
De passer dans le mode manuel, de mettre le plan de cam, d'attaquer avec tous mes monstres et une fois que j'ai déclenché toutes les attaques, eh bien je peux revenir à la scène principale de duel et ce qui permet d'avoir un seul changement de cam et pas plein, d'avoir donc un mode automatique et un mode manuel, enfin pied-nuel parce que c'est avec les pieds. Tu valides la blague ou pas? Au début c'était vraiment un projet que je voulais faire seul. J'étais persuadé que j'allais être capable d'apprendre pas à pas, avec des kilomètres de vidéos YouTube, des tutos, et au final, je pense que j'ai jamais été aussi heureux d'être entouré petit à petit, d'être rejoint par des gens qui m'ont aidé d'une manière ou d'une autre.
As someone who's studied software engineering, this sounds like an incredibly large project. Even though they have like not even included all the cards yet, that sounds like an incredibly large project.
À leur échelle, des fois beaucoup, des fois pas beaucoup, mais juste assez pour que je puisse garder la motivation sur tous ces mois de développement parce que, vous le savez, pendant ces mois de création, j'ai dû mettre en pause ou des fois entre parenthèses juste ma chaîne YouTube, mon compte Twitch, tout simplement parce que...
Mostly to develop like the 3D models. I think the coding portion is like okay. But the 3D modeling and everything is like crazy. Also the attack animations and all that type of stuff.
J'en ai 10 heures, des fois plus, pour juste débloquer un tout petit truc qui marchait pas. Mais aujourd'hui, je suis tellement content de pouvoir vous présenter ça. Du coup, vous l'avez compris, il y a toute une partie logicielle sous Unreal Engine que j'ai dû apprendre. Et d'ailleurs, je remercie Sutivu qui a pu superviser un petit peu mes travaux et qui a été d'une aide très précieuse à certains moments quand j'étais complètement paumé dans toutes ces lignes de code et dans tous ces trucs que je comprenais des fois que très peu. Merci à toi, Steve. Et il y a forcément aussi une partie électronique de ce tapis qui se trouve juste en dessous. Et ça, c'est Neodim que je remercie, qui m'a accompagné pour la réalisation de ce tapis. Je lui ai fait un cahier des charges et il a su répondre au mieux à ma demande. Donc un gros merci à toi.
So what is the what's the trick? Because I thought it was a camera. I thought it was a camera who would tell which card it is. But apparently it's okay, it's a chip in on every card sleeve.
Toi, Neodim, le roi de la Node-RED belge. Alors, vous vous en doutez, sous Unreal Engine, étant donné que je débutais, j'ai complètement galéré. Mais je peux vous dire que la première fois où j'ai réussi à faire apparaître un oiseau sur mon terrain de jeu, j'étais tellement content. Et je me suis...
Wait, that's a Cyber Dragon card.
Tellement nourri de cette motivation que ça m'a permis d'heure en heure, de semaine en semaine, de pouvoir garder la motivation, continuer d'avancer. Mon objectif, c'était toutes les semaines d'avoir une nouveauté, une progression dans mon projet pour garder le cap et essayer de vous sortir ce projet qui normalement devait sortir au mois de juin, mais qui sort aujourd'hui le 30 octobre. Et d'ailleurs, il se peut que je suis en live sur ma chaîne Twitch en train de faire mes tout premiers duels avec ce système de live.
It's an interesting way to do it with a chip. I don't know if that would have been my first way to try it. I would think that a camera could have been an interesting solution as well.
Live 3D, donc rejoignez-moi en description et je vous dis peut-être à tout de suite. Alors,
I'm working on an app like this for remote dueling without the models, but I use OCR to read cards on the field to highlight them, or if either player wants to read them. Yeah, exactly. That is the bigger use case for competitive Yu-Gi-Oh, I think, out of all this. Even though the animations are super flashy and super hype, and that's what get everyone hyped about this video, right? Just the being able to tell which card is which automatically on the board for competitive would be insane, right? Not needing like a person behind it to decide which cards to show when. Twitch extension that lets you hover over cards on the field. I mean, they have that for so many other games, right? It's so insanely good. I don't know if you've seen this before. If you've ever watched like a big Hearthstone stream or Magic stream, or even Runeterra has it too. When they are in the game, there's like Twitch extensions that let you, if the streamer is playing the game and he has a random card on the field that you don't know and you can't read the text on the battlefield or on the board or whatever, you can just hover the card and it pops up to you as the viewer, right? And that's so good, right? That would be so good for Master Duel, for IRL Yu-Gi-Oh! If that worked, if that was a proper extension on Twitch that you could use, that would be insane.
Bien sûr, vous vous doutez que si j'ai des lecteurs dans le tapis...
And that's a first step in that direction. Of course, you can't have everyone have NFC chips in your cards, of course.
Eh bien, j'ai des puces dans chacune de mes cartes. Et ça...
That's a marked card if I've ever seen one.
Ça a été un travail de titan parce que j'ai dû tout simplement pucer 3600 cartes. Tout simplement parce que j'en ai profité pour refaire tout le format Club Yu-Gi-Oh! Rajouter 30 nouveaux decks qui sont jouables avec le tapis. Le reste des decks, eh bien, sont jouables uniquement avec les cartes qui s'affichent automatiquement, mais ce qui est déjà plutôt pas mal. J'ai mis à jour tous les decks de Club Yu-Gi-Oh! Ça veut dire des nouvelles cartes, des nouveaux decks, des nouvelles combos. Et ça fait plaisir. Et je remercie la team de Dunkerque où ils sont venus en nombre à la maison m'aider à construire les decks.
That's hype.
à les pucer, à les sliver, à les badger, parce que
That's hype doing that with like a team of 6 or 7
long.
people.
Donc merci à eux, ça a été 2 jours intenses de 10h à 22h. Et c'est là qu'on reconnaît les vrais copains. Ça fait plaisir, merci à vous. Mais c'est pas tout. Pour le tapis, j'ai aussi fait un cube de draft qui va nous permettre à la maison de pouvoir faire des decks à chaque fois différents et de pouvoir jouer avec, donc d'avoir de la rejouabilité. Le problème, vous allez me dire, c'est si je veux jouer une magie ou piège ou un monstre face cachée, là il y a problème. Eh bien non, parce qu'il vous suffit d'appuyer sur la zone, de poser votre monstre, et là, aucune animation 3D et aucune carte qui s'affiche. Par exemple...
I think that's something about the NFC chips. I don't think they can tell whether the card is face up or face down or attack or defense position. So that wouldn't be possible. That'd be something that a visual thing could do that. Like, see if the card's face up, face down, attack, defense position. With the chip reader, I don't think that would be possible.
Ce cylindre magique, je peux le poser sur cette zone. Rien ne s'affiche. Mon adversaire attaque. Je désactive la zone. Je récupère la...
Ah, so he has to click every time. If he wants to play a card face down, he has to click first to indicate to the system that it should ignore the card, right? So it doesn't like pop up the model for the opponent, right? He has to like disable the zone first, essentially. Okay. It's kind of like it's an alright workaround.
Carte. Je l'active. Le cylindre magique apparaît à l'écran. Et ça, c'est beau. Et ce tapis, vous allez le revoir de manière périodique. J'ai plein de façons de faire évoluer ce tapis dans ma tête. Pas trop vous en dévoiler parce que j'aime bien vous garder la surprise. Et puis il y a aussi des trucs où je sais pas si je vais être capable de le faire. Donc je vais pas trop m'avancer non plus. En tout cas, merci à toutes les...
If there are 2 chips on the card, you could tell the position by the location of the 2 chips in relation to each other. Oh, that's an interesting idea. I don't know if they had that idea. That's actually an interesting idea. Because if you do... Yeah, no, that works. That works. You can tell face up, face down. You can tell attack, defense. You can even tell face down defense from face up defense. That's cool. Unless NFC doesn't allow you to see how far the signal is away. I'm not an expert on NFC technology.
Personnes qui m'ont aidé sur ce projet et que j'ai pas encore cité. Je pense à Ordrin et Risotto Show pour les caméras. Je pense à Loïc et Léo du Spark Lab de Dunkerque pour tout ce qui est impression 3D, découpeuse laser. Je pense à Kerwan pour le design du tapis. Franchement, le résultat est complètement insane. Je pense à Bram de la chaîne Yugioh Project qui a clairement été le point de départ en fait de toute cette aventure. Encore merci à QC et Iki pour le développement du système automatique, de l'affichage des cartes sur Stream Deck et d'autres features de ce tapis. Steve pour Unreal, Neodim pour l'hardware et à Pierre, Sephora, Dimitri, Adrien, Florine, Antoine, Marion, Zoé, Thomas et Franck pour le coup de main à la maison. J'espère que cette vidéo vous aura plu. Si c'est le cas, mettez un énorme pouce bleu. Franchement, j'en demande pas souvent sur la chaîne, mais là je pense que 7 mois de travail pour un projet unique dans Yu-Gi-Oh! Peut pas faire mieux pour essayer de vous convaincre de regarder la chaîne Super Zulu et de passer un bon moment.
I don't think this is intended to be used in real duels. This is mostly a cool thing to show what can be done, but the actual implementation seems to have taken the easier approach rather than the most user-friendly scalable. I mean, which is absolutely fine, right? It's gonna really help his type of content, right? It looks perfect for his type of content, like a content that's more catered towards like simple duels where not that much is happening in like each individual combo, and like you have like old iconic cards, you have like a more casual environment is like absolutely perfect for that, right? But it does set like a good example and maybe sets the way for like things like that in the future, which I think would be very cool. Like, I mean, just the amount of people who've been saying, yeah, I'm like working on a Twitch extension that does this for like modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is quite cool. So it might be like inspiring a lot of new stuff in the future of Yu-Gi-Oh! Content creation, which is nice.
Avec moi, vous le savez, j'aime varier un petit peu dans Yu-Gi-Oh! Des fois, je fais du rétro, Des fois, je fais du compétitif. Des fois, je fais des decks fun sur Master Duel. Des fois, je fais du speed duel. J'essaie de faire un petit peu de tout. Et là, forcément, il y aura un petit arc rétro qui va pop sur la chaîne. Et j'espère que ça vous fera plaisir. Et bien sûr, n'hésitez pas à venir nous voir en live sur Twitch pour voir le premier duel Yu-Gi-Oh 3D. Et j'invoque le paladin des ténèbres. Paladin des ténèbres attaque directement ses points de vie. Ouais, je suis très content de nous avoir présenté.
It is very cool. It is very cool. Someone just needs to find a way to make the Konami recognition system work with this. How good is the... I've never used this before. The car... I guess I could... The neuron thing that recognizes cards. Let me see. Neuron is pretty good. Right, I will test it right now. We'll test it right now. And see how good Neuron is. You think Neuron will tell... Let's see if Neuron finds this. So you go to camera search, no? Please go to Neuron in your device settings. Please go to Neuron in your device settings. Where do I do this? Camera. I need to give it permission to use my camera. It doesn't have that. Where is it? Yugioh Neuron. There it is. Neuron camera. Okay. Let's see if Neuron finds another worse dragon. Camera search. Oh, it did. I guess you can't really... Oh, you can't see. It found another worse dragon. Bog. All right. I mean, this is that's very cool. I hope they develop it even further so that potentially we could use it at some point to work with. Because right now it only works like specifically in his streaming setup, right? It only works for when you have the table with the chip reader and you have a chip on every single card. It's not like something that like could be used as like a Twitch extension or a YouTube extension or whatever at some point. I think that would be an insane thing as well to do. Okay. That was cool though, I enjoyed that. That's a very good video. Duel of Kings now? Not now. Another time. Maybe next lunch. Because I do want to get through with this deck doctor. Okay, so we did finish off at Rika. Now we have... Wait, is there a replay? Oh, that's why. Okay. Okay, so Niels Breuer has submitted a MathMech deck. And they said, I know you dislike MathMech, but happy about any input, especially regarding the flex spots inside an extra. Alright. Here's a replay of how Lubellion works with the regular one-card combo. Alternatively, Linkuribo instead of Linguribo or Pit Knight early to guarantee that there will always be 3 free crossbow trap regardless of draw the ruler. I'm quite happy with the main deck and mainly working on side and extra. Side is a work in progress, especially post-dweller. Mainly looking for a low commitment board breaker for tiers, currently Eclipse. When going second and an out to shifter, for example Baguska, which is too hard to make though if they shotgun the shifter. Wallow and Avermax are also flex spots, used to be Bomber Dragon and Zero Bars with Linkuribo instead of Linguribo to trigger them on the opponent's turn back when Sprite was more popular. Okay, so it's MathMech with Bisteals and using Lubellion with Regained. Alright, let's see the combo for a second, just for reference. So circular plus Lubellion. 2-card combo. Surely that combo is broken. So Mathmex lock you only from the extra deck, so the Bystials are fine. So you just pull off like the normal combo until a certain point, I guess. Okay. Ah, you banish and trigger regain to draw a card. Okay, yeah, so the thing is here, what you said, I don't think... You have... I mean, the combo is strong, but there's a couple issues with it. Like you said, I don't love the fact that you have... I don't love the fact that you have only 2 zones available, so if they like negate IP here, they negate IP, you can't really use your trap to a full extent. I think that's a problem that you should not play into. Branded Beast could be a solution to that. You could be trying Branded Beast in this deck to tribute the Lubellion off to pop a card. You skip on a card draw, but that might not be the end of the world. You could also think about not playing the Link Disciple and Devotee combo. You could instead maybe make Heat Soul out of the Wicked at the end somehow. That could be an idea, an approach. For the most part, I do agree your main deck looks okay. I like maxing out on Circular, mining Small World. I assume there is a bridge from Bystials to Circular. I hope. That'd be weird otherwise. Is there a bridge? Oh yeah, Parallel Exceed, right? Yeah, Parallel Exceed works. Exceed bridges any Bystial into Circular except for Lubellion. But with Lubellion, I'm pretty sure you can go into Valor. Yeah, Valor into Circular. Okay. So any Bystial will... Also Lubellion. No, Lubellion doesn't do it. Lubellion doesn't work. But if you want to bridge Exceed into Circular, you would need a 3rd Parallel Exceed. Otherwise it could get weird. But yeah. But for the most part, this is fine. You have 1 Mystic Mine out. You have I'm not sure if you need the Reborn, but you've probably played more Mathmech than I have, so that could be okay. So what were the questions here? I'm quite happy with the main deck, mainly working on Side and Extra. Side is a work in progress, especially after Dweller. Okay, so this, okay. Mainly looking for a low commitment board breaker for tiers. Currently Eclipse when going 2nd and then out to Shifter. Not sure about this one, Chief. The Tiamaton doesn't seem great. If you like Book of Eclipse against tier, have you thought about Swords of Concealing Light? I've seen some people play Swords of Concealing Light. I've seen Swords of Concealing Light being played a decent amount in the OCG from time to time. Tiamaton is a Link lock. It's insane against Sprite, etc. But how do you consistently get it out? Is it a Small World search? Oh, Magnamood can search it. Magnamood adds it. So what's the idea? You make like a Link monster and then you summon it. Like you make a Link here and then you summon Tiamaton here so they cannot go into their extra monster zone. Is that easy to do? How easy is that to set up? It's easy? Well, how do you make sure that there's 3 cards in the same column? Because that always requires your opponent, right? The 1-card combo... Oh, wait, no, you don't have to summon into that column. You can summon it anywhere. Oh, I thought it was 3, you had to summon it to that column where there's 3 cards. Oh, okay. Okay, well, that might be okay. Yeah, no. I misread the card. I misread the card for my entire life. I thought it was like a Mech Knight. Yeah, I thought it was like a Mech Knight just for 3. So, like, you need to summon it into that column where there's 3 cards. Which is why I always thought you couldn't, like, it wouldn't be that easy and you would have to destroy your own cards and stuff like that. Okay. Then, okay. If you're convinced by the one of, then sure. Wait, Firecracker? Oh, Alan Bershing can search that, I guess. Yeah. I know this is a Shizu tip, but I wanted to get some feedback on the ratios and whatnot. Keep up the good work. We do these, there's deck submissions on my Discord, !Discord. There's already a lot of people already waiting in line, but we will talk about Ishizu tier as well in a second. Even, it's actually up next. Ishizu tier is up next. So, yeah. All good, no worries, no worries. So, okay. Book of Eclipse, I'm not sure. I honestly, breaking the board of Ishizu tier doesn't seem... I don't think it's that much about the monsters. I guess Rule Kalos is really annoying for Circular, isn't it? Because it pops your Circular in hand, so you kind of appreciate an out for it. I think if you want to have something for Ishizu tier, though, I think just siding more Bestials for going second might just be better than, you know, trying to play like mediocre-ish board breakers. I also think Talents is a good card in general, especially since your deck doesn't play Prosperity. I think Talents is one of those very solid, like, half board breaker, half can be engine because you can draw cards, right? I think Talents and more Bristials is something you could consider for sure. I'm wondering if you want to play this like heavier Bristial package, why are you only playing 2 Lubellions? Wouldn't it be Lubellion? Wouldn't that be the one you want to draw in your combo here? Lub is bad going second? Yeah, I mean, for the most part, yeah. It's fine. And then, yeah, I like trying Talents or more Bestials against here if you want to do that. Maybe even something like Crow on top. Just, I think it's better to prevent them from playing than trying to out their board for the most part, because that's just not that easy. Because if you let them play, even if you have like ways to out their board, they can still have like Havness behind with Soliak that they searched, right? Like even if Book of Eclipse turns off all their tiers and they technically disables their Soliak, it's like they can still just have a Havness and still do it. Or they could just search Crime and negate whatever you wanted to break their board with. For securing 3 spots on the board, would you prefer Linguribo and maybe Zeroboros or Pit Knight early? Have you considered it? Wasn't there? I remember there being Mathmech combos that didn't use Devotee and Disciple and just made Heat Soul. Wouldn't that be a consideration? Do you have to go the line of Devotee and Disciple? Couldn't you do that? Because I remember playing against 2 Mathmechs at Utrecht, and I think they both didn't do that. I don't want to play the Heat Soul combos. I think they're worse. I never had the impression that they're worse, especially if you run Bystials, because that gives you a good amount of hand traps to draw into. I feel like Heat Soul... I think Heat Soul plus Super Factorial is like super strong if you play a deck with hella Bystials. That seems pretty strong. Lampy, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream. See you in Dortmund? Probably, right? You're commenting, right? One circular makes Heat Soul plus Super Factorial. Yeah, I think that's fine. I don't hate that idea. I don't hate that idea. I think you could try that. It's like 2 birds with 1 stone, right? It's like it's a solid combo and it solves the issue of not having enough space on the board. I think it's worth trying maybe. Alright, now we are moving on to Ishizu tier, finally. Now, I asked my subscribers to not submit many Ishizu tiers, but some of them... I mean, we have to talk about some amount of Ishizu tier, right? We have to talk about some amount of Ishizu tier, so we have like different versions here. And someone also... they submitted pictures, that's not great, but okay. Ishizu tier is a deck that I think is very, very heavily loaded on the actual skill in terms of gameplay. Like, the deck is hard to play. I don't think the deck is that hard to build. Where do I submit deck for Deck Doctor? On my Discord, !Discord. However, I don't know. I cannot promise that we'll get through all of them today. We are almost through with the subscriber decks. We're almost through with the subscriber decks. And then we can move on to the regular submissions. So Ishizu tier, my take on Ishizu tier is the deck building for the deck is... it's not like super easy, it's not super simple, but there's like only a few questions you have to ask yourself in order to build this deck. It's like, how many of the Ishizu cards do I want to play? How many tier limit names do I want to play? Because some people have been cutting Rhinoheart and Merly down. How many Bystials do I want to play? Do I want to play Herald of the Orange Light? How many Screams do I play? How many Trap cards do I play? And then it's like, which type of non-engine do I play? Like Droplet, Super Poly, Talents, whatever, right? I can say what I like and what I don't like about the certain things. I do not like 12 Ishizus. I think 10 Ishizus with 1 Agido is good. I think 9 Ishizus, completely no Agido, is also fine. I even think that 7 Ishizus with 3 Mudora, 3 Keldo, 1 Kelbeck is also fine. I don't know yet what is the absolute best out of these 3 versions, but that's definitely what I would do. I wouldn't go 12. I would go 10, 9, or 7. 10, 9, or 7. I would always play 3 Keldo, 3 Mudora. That's what I would do in terms of Ishizus. In terms of Bystials, I think there are 3 numbers that can work. I think there are 3 numbers that can make it work. Says Trosh said, here's my tier Ishizu build. I went 5-0 with it and won 2 boxes of Darkwing Blast with this weekend. I decided not to play Herald or Diviner because I didn't want to max out on the mill 5s. Instead, I played the Jet and Smashers to have an out to multiple cards and being able to shuffle back Smashers. Sometimes you can solve it twice in one game. The extra deck card that is missing is Cowboy. I played Cowboy and Ladybug because I couldn't get my hands on a Scatter Shot, but I only went into time 1 round was Dragon Link because he was mute. Okay. The Smashers plus Jet idea isn't the worst, I think. I think that could be played. Doesn't it make sense to have 2 Gelbeck, 1 Yugioh for the names? I don't think the names matter. I think what matters a lot more is that Kelbeck, if you draw Kelbeck, it's an actual hand trap in the mirror match. Like, it's not, like, insane, but it's good. Which Yugioh just isn't. And I think that makes it just straight up better to play 3 Kelbeck than 2 Kelbeck, 1 Yugioh. I don't think the naming matters that much. I think there's a common misconception of that this deck needs to mill much. Like, I don't think this deck needs to mill as much. The deck mills very consistently and already gets through his names without milling all that much. Like, when I was playing like Ishizu tier with like 12 Ishizus, like very, 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 very often, I would just have like points in the turn where I would already have used most of my stuff, but I would still be able to go like mill 5 with Kick Kalos or mill 5 more with an Yugioh, and it just, there's nothing else I can hit because I've already used almost everything. Do you think no orange light is fine? I think no orange light is fine. Like I've said before, I think orange light is a high risk, high reward kind of card. It's playable. It's not mandatory though. So like I said, I like 10 Ishizus, 9 Ishizus, or 7 Ishizus. Those are the 3 ratios that I would consider going into the tournament. If you want to play Herald, you have to play 10 Ishizus, I think. Bystials, I think there are 3 or 4 different ratios you can play. You can play only Druid's Worm as a one-off in case you dark your opponent's Bystials, your Magnamut. Possible, however, not my preferred way to go about it. I think Bystials are too good to only play one. I think you could definitely get away with playing 4 Bystials, like 3 Magnamut, 1 Druid's Worm. That's a reasonable ratio, I think. I also think that 6 Bystials is very strong. 3 Druid's Worm, 3 Magnamut. I also think you can definitely play 3 Magnamut, 3 Druid's Worm, 1 Saronier, like 7. Or you can play all 9. It's all of this has its, like, I mean, if you think like, oh, I want to play, I don't want to play only Bystials, I also want to play stuff like Super Poly and Talents, then you probably have to go lower on Bystials. But if you think Bystials are the best interaction, you can definitely just play 9 and call it a day, I think. As far as tier limit names go, I've tried 2 Merly, I've tried 1 or 2 Rhinoheart. I think 12 is still the most consistent, so I kind of like 12. Scream is a card, I think the minimum for Scream is 2. I don't like 1 Scream, I don't like 0 Scream, I think it's 2 or 3. I don't like Mass Change at all. I think the card is super win more. The card is terrible, I think. Because the card is literally the definition of win more, because it's only really good going first, and the deck is already insane going first. And going second, the card does almost nothing. And it's just, I think it's awful. I think Mass Change 2 is awful. I think Heartbeat is solid. I don't think you have to play Heartbeat. It's kind of like a situation of roughly half of the tier limit players play Heartbeat right now, I would say. At least, like, that's what I would guess. Like, in half of the decks, there's going to be a Heartbeat. And that means if Heartbeat is relatively popular, it means you don't have to play it yourself, because you can sometimes rely on Heartbeat being in the meta, kind of driving people away from Mystic Mine. That can happen. Not always, of course, but it's kind of one of those situations where if everyone is playing outs to Mystic Mine, then people stop playing Mystic Mine, so you can stop playing outs. And then people can start playing Mystic Mine again. I don't know exactly where we are right now with Mystic Mine, but I feel like there's enough people playing Heartbeat so that Mystic Mine doesn't look that sick as like a random tech card, as like one Mystic Mine as a terraforming target or whatever. It doesn't look that great because you can never rely on it winning you the game. So you don't have to play the Heartbeat, I think, but you can. It's not a bad card either way. Cyberstein, I haven't tried. I'm not convinced by Cyberstein, but maybe it's okay. Crime is a card that I'm not convinced about. Like, Crime is a card, I see everyone play Crime, but I don't know if it's necessary, because I feel like it's very mediocre going second. I do like the idea of playing 2 traps. If you play multiple screams, that way you can sometimes search both traps. One thing that is worth noting is, like, if you don't play crime in the main deck, I think you have to side it. I think you have to side crime for when you go first because of stuff like evenly. Game 1, it might not be 100% necessary, but I think I would at least side deck crime. That's my take on crime. And then, like, in the extra deck, generally, just to give you some takes, I think Dragos Tapelia is actually cuttable. I think Zeus is good. I think Redoer is good. Lingoribo is nice, but I don't think you're gonna end up having the room for it. I think 1 rank 6, if you play 7 or more Bestials, or 6 or more Bestials, I think you should be playing 1 rank 6. My rank 6 of choice would probably be Beatrice. Because I think Wallow is very, very strong. The problem with Wallow is that it's very, very situational as well. Like, sometimes it's amazing, sometimes it's not that good. Beatrice is always strong, right? And I don't want to commit 2 rank 6 slots in the deck, I think. And so if you only commit 1 slot to a rank 6, I think you should choose the one that's always solid, right? Which is Beatrice. One of my friends played Walter, got cherried for Kaleido, and then with Kit sent crime to add it back. I mean, who would... Honestly, cherries on Kaleido seems awful. Why wouldn't you cherry Kit? Wallow is fine in tandem with Zeus. I mean, Wallow is fine. The question is just, do you skip Beatrice? Do you skip Beatrice as a rank 6 option? I don't think so. It's too strong. But do you really play 2 rank 6s? I don't think they come up often enough to justify that. Maybe he started with instant fusion, so they can't cherries at that point. Probably that's what happened, yeah. But that's a very niche scenario, right? Oh, if I start instant fusion and then they have cherries and then they banish my Kaleido Art and then I make Kikalos to send crime, it's like... At that point, you can also just win the game without Kaleido Art because you drew freaking instant fusion, right? But yeah, that's my current take on Ishizu tier, and honestly, I'm literally not hiding anything. I don't think there's a huge, like, there's that much more you can do with Ishizu tier. I think for the most part, it just comes down to knowing how to play the deck. I think that's a bigger deal than the exact way you build it. Thoughts on the Gravekeeper's Trap stuff? I don't like it. I don't think an Ishizu tier is necessary one bit, and it's just like bricks. I don't like it. Maybe there's a world in which you could side deck Gravekeeper's Trap in exchange to set it up going first in the mirror. But main deck, I don't think I would play that. I think, like, drawing second, if I draw Exchange of the Spirit, I just want to leave. Pinky promised no insane hidden tech for this YCS? I mean, not yet. Like, literally, I swear, my Ishizu tier deck that I built right now, I don't want to show my ratios and everything. But there is nothing extremely spicy in it, no. Right now, unless I find something in these next 2 days, my Ishizu tier deck is going to be nothing out of the ordinary. It's just going to be my take on what the correct ratios are, right? There is nothing crazy in my current Ishizu tier deck. Even though I'm not showing the ratios, there is nothing too crazy. And I don't think I will find something for Ishizu tier in the next 2 days. I might find something different than Ishizu tier, but so far my Ishizu tier list isn't super crazy. And that's my take on Ishizu tier. I think if anything, just take the list and practice it and see which cards you like and which ones you don't. Because that's the most important thing about Ishizu tier, is literally just practice. Because the deck is very, very complex. And learning how to play this deck. Also IRL. That's another tip. If you're going to Dortmund and you've been mainly testing, I don't know, DB or other simulators or whatever, try to get some IRL games in. Maybe if you enter public events on the Friday or something, it's very, very important to practice IRL gameplay with this deck, I think. Can you show a good sprite list for this meta? Hand trap or power spell? We built one earlier. I can show you real quick, but we already talked about sprites. Dortmund sprite. This is what we ended up with. If you want explanations, then you can check out the VOD from earlier. Alright, and now we're getting into the... Okay. This is not even a Dortmund deck. I'm skipping this X-Kenver. I'm sorry, but this is OCG cards. Pretty Dortmund. And I know I cannot even help you with this because I don't know the cards. Most of these. Metal Foes. We're getting into the depth of deck building now. I like how you just left it at 56. How you were just like, yo, I'm not going to 60. That's inconsistent as hell, dude. 60 is inconsistent as hell, dude. We're playing 56 for the consistency. I made this deck 6 months ago. Well, that sounds about right. That does sound about right. 6 months ago? That's about what I would have guessed. So, I don't know what this deck is supposed to do. Just got here, what is this? We all don't know. We are all in the same situation as you. We also just got here and don't know what this is. Metal Force Fusion. Saw my mind deck already? Yes, we saw your mind deck already. Para Metal Force Fusion. Fusion summon a Metal Force from extra deck. I'm afraid of. Jan is not crashed. Thank you for the tier 1. Appreciate you. What's the end board? I don't know, honestly. I'm gonna be honest with you. Just staring at this will not help me understand it. I've never played Metal Foes since 2017. And I cannot help you with that deck, sorry. You gotta know when you can't help as well. It's also important. Oh god, no. No! Oh god, what is this? Oh, no, don't do that with my runic cards. My beautiful runic cards don't like to be used in this way. My runic cards do not like to be used in this shape or form. We went from Triff to Nesh. We did go from Trish to Nesh really fast. Why did I say Trish? From Triff to Nesh really fast. Yeah, I don't have anything to say. Trish to Nif. This looks legit playable. Don't say that. I mean, it's not awful. I would hate to play against this. I would hate to play against this. I don't know. It still has a solid amount of auto wins, dude. But I don't know. Going second. I don't know how good this would be though, because like. Yeah, actually, I don't think this deck can win going second very consistently, because like the only good card for going second you have is Majesty's Fiend and Mystic Mine, and like both of those cards have like outs in the format right now. Like Saliak on Majesty's Fiend, Crime on Mystic Mine, Pearl Rhino on Mystic Mine. Baron on Mystic Mind doesn't seem that good. Dragon Link Bestial submitted by Malinak. Alright. D-Link Bestial, the theory about Reborn is tier usually will mill a Bestial, so it's always life, and the Meisters is something I'm testing right now, not sure about them. The Meisters in the side deck, okay. We have, what do we have? We have Absolrouter, Call-Ups, Black Metal Dragon, 3 Druids, 3 Magna, 2 Saronier. Levianeer, this. Once again, why is there only 2 Saroniers? This is a Bestial Dragon Link deck. Put the maximum. I don't think you need 3 Lubellion, but you need 3 Saronier. Diablos, Nocto, Red Eyes, Rocket Recharger, Rocket Synchron, 2 Tracer, 3 Safer, 3 Lubellion. I mean, I like the list, honestly. I would cut Called By. I would also cut Reborn. The problem is not that Reborn isn't live. The problem is more that Reborn gets prevented by a Shuffler. So I would take out Called By and Reborn because of the Shufflers. I would go to 1 or 2 Lubellions. I don't think you need 3. So like 1, 2, that's already 3 or 4 cards you can cut. I think Droplets isn't that good in this deck. I think you can take out Droplet just to see your Bestials more often. So that's -3 Droplet, minus Reborn, minus Called By, 5, 6, 7 cards you can take out. That puts you to 43. Add a 3rd Saronier, that puts you to 44. Maybe add a 3rd Talent, that puts you to 45. And I could see that working. Even though 45 isn't optimal. Maybe you can even take out Imperm or Talents to make it 42 or get closer to 40 as much as you can. Melody, searching, what is it? Levianeer, this could be okay. Melody could be okay. Isn't Boot Sector not needed anymore? I mean, Boot Sector still seems good. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate you. Where can I send a deck list? ! Discord is where I let my subscribers and my viewers submit deck lists. You don't have to be a subscriber. It's just Deck Doctor. The only thing is, we are already we're rather late into the stream, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to do everyone today, because the Deck Doctor section is always filled with submissions. So we're almost through with all of my submissions from my subscribers, and then we're gonna start doing some of the other ones in the Deck Doctor until I have to call it a day. But yeah, in case you want to join any future Deck Doctor streams, ! Discord, you can join my Discord community. You can also just join the even regardless of the Deck Doctor stuff, we have a lot of active discussions in there. So if your deck doesn't make it into the stream, you can still join the Discord, and we have a channel called TCG Deck Discussion where you can discuss it with other members of the server. So it's quite cool. Either way. And yeah, okay, so that's my feedback on this list. You can definitely cut this list down to close to 40 by removing some of the stuff that's not as necessary. And then you will draw your key cards. You'll draw more Bestials going second on average, which is very strong. You'll draw cards like Chaos Space and Quick Launch more often, which is nice. The small Red Eyes package might not be necessary. You're right. You could maybe cut this and make it 40 clean. Here we go, a more streamlined version. Yeah, I like that as well. Cuts the melody package. Play 9 Bestials, chat, please. Play 9 Bestials, for the love of God. These are the best cards in the format in a dragon deck as well, especially. Like, please play 9 Bestials. Mandatory. Like Pretty Porters right here. Bestial, Dragon Link, I like the deck a lot for going first and second in the tier. Found this build to be a bit bricky, wondering what I could change. 9 Bestials, 2 Lubellions, alright, 2 Nocto, small black metal package, don't know if you need that. I think 3 Safer would work. in terms of helping with the bricks a little bit. Can't you clog on Bystials? You can clog on Bystials, but like the hands is like the best possible bricks are the ones that have strong hand traps, right? Even if you do brick or you have like only Bystials or whatever, it's still okay sometimes. I would think this card contributes to bricks a decent amount. I'm not sure why this is here. I'm not sure why this is here because it's like awful going second as well, I think. I don't think you need World Legacy Guard Dragon because it just like gets stopped by a Graveyard Shuffler and that's it. I'd remove that. That seems like one of the biggest issues. Yeah. And then we have another Dragon Bystial deck. This time it's Dragon Maid Bystial. Ooh, Tempest. Guard Dragon for Pisty. No, I understand it. But I don't think that's worth the payoff. Like, I don't think the payoff is worth... Like, Pisty isn't that insane. Isn't, like, batshit crazy. Also, the deck can resolve Pisty without a problem. Tempest for Parlor. With Gold Sarcophagus. Crazy. I tried this deck. I thought it was a little bit too fair and too slow, especially if you didn't draw a normal summon. It felt bad. Once again, please play 9 Bystials. Please, I understand they can be bricky going first, but those are the reasons why these decks can beat tier. These are the reasons why the dragon decks can even keep up with tier remotely. Like, you need the maximum amount of Bystials in these types of decks. Your engine is worse than the tier engine, so you need to stop their tiers. That's important. And cut Called By and Reborn. Those are not good right now in the format. We have Labyrinth submission. Wait, Temple of the Kings? You can activate 1 trap card the turn it was set. You can send 1 Mystical Beast of Circuit in your monster zone and this card you control to the graveyard. Special summon 1 monster from your hand or deck. Or we don't play the other thing. Wait, but isn't that one just worse than... Can't you just play like the... This one? Yeah. I don't know. I don't have any suggestions for this deck. I just don't like... I didn't like Labyrinth. It just feels... This deck is like, if you win, if you go first, you win. And if you go second, you lose. That's literally written all over this deck, which is like weird to me. Right? Why is Called by the Grave bad? Because if you try to negate something with Called by the Grave, they can just chain the Graveyard Shuffler to shuffle it out of the way, and then Called by will not negate it. The only thing that you can Called by is like the Tearlament effects anyways, right? The only thing you can Called by is the Tearlaments, because if you target, like if they trigger Merly, and you chain Called by to target Merly, and then they chain the Shuffler to shuffle it in, that wouldn't work. But you force the Shuffler, yeah, but that isn't an argument. That's not a good thing to do. Forcing the Shuffler is not great. Called by is a good side for stuff like... Yeah, no, if your deck is scared of Shifter, you can side Called by against Flunder and stuff. Temple is actually good, so why do you play 1? If it's that good... But yeah, I don't really have feedback on this. My only tip when I'm seeing this deck is please win the dice roll, because otherwise you're gonna be in trouble. That's literally the best advice I can give you. In 2022, if you play a trap deck, your list literally doesn't matter. You just need to win the dice roll. Alright, we have two very funny submissions from Aaron and from Waver. They have just submitted Edison decks. Wait, no, this is not even Edison. This is Edison. This is not Edison. They submitted decks for the public events. Which is like... which is funny because like some people have been saying, yo, the best answer to Ishizu tier is just play public events. Just play Edison format. Which is funny. So I guess, you know, this deck looks very fun. I've been thinking about playing a deck like this, like a Frog Monarch with Junk Synchron and everything. That deck looks very cool. I like this deck a lot. Now, as for 2011, Tengu Plant, I haven't played Tengu format in a while. I don't think I've ever played Tengu format as a retro format. Like, after it was gone, I don't think I've played this format since 2011. I really haven't. By the way, Edison is not a public event in Dortmund, which is crazy. It's crazy that Edison isn't a side event in Dortmund. The public event at YCS Pasadena for Edison were going crazy. They had so many players. Like, I think 300 or something is what they said. Someone said, I think it was E3 in one of their videos, who said there was 300 people for the Edison side event at YCS Pasadena. The demand for Edison is insane. People love Edison. I love Edison. And the people love Edison, but they just like didn't do it for YCS Dortmund. It's just Tengu. Which is like fine, I guess. Like, Tengu Plant is also a cool format, but where's Edison, dude? Why is the public event on Friday, the only time wizard on Friday, why is that GOAT? Like, bro, I don't want to play GOAT, dude. I've played one game of GOAT. I know how it goes. Like, the formats they use for Time Wizard need to be consistent. I agree, because like there's no reason to get yourself decks if you can only play them every once in a while. Right? Is this the goo for Dortmund? Yeah, this is insane for Dortmund. This is why I don't have an Edison deck. I mean, let's be honest. I have never entered a Time Wizard public event so far. And I'm still happy I have Edison decks, because I just play it with like friends at YCS Utrecht. Like, literally, YCS Utrecht on the Friday, I only played Edison with like my friends, with some viewers who came up and were like, yo, I have an Edison deck, do you want to play? I was like, sure. Like, Waver in chat, freaking Friday of YCS Utrecht comes up to me, he's like, I have an Edison deck, let's play. Don't say white people happy, you rivalried me in Edison format, dude. And my Heavy Storm was the last card in my entire deck twice. Don't say white people happy. You flipped Rivalry of the Warlords and Heavy Storm was the last card in my deck. Don't be sitting here like all happy, white people happy and shit when you rivalried me in freaking Dragons. Don't say don't do that. Oh yeah, I did try the Norella's deck in Utrecht. That was also fun. Dragon's best Edison deck? Dragons are a good Edison deck. I would like to play Dragons in Edison, but Totem Dragon is freaking 15 euros. White people happy floodgates, I see. Alright, back to normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Well, I mean, it is back to modern Yu-Gi-Oh! I should say, because that's definitely still normal Yu-Gi-Oh! Kosh Tira Punk. I don't really see this deck consistently winning. Going second. I think for going first, it's like alright. I think a lot of people underestimate the power of Kashtira Unicorn in this format. For specifically the Ishizu matchup. It's like, if you start with Unicorn, I think that's better than Fenrir. I think that's better than Fenrir if you start with Unicorn against Ishizu tier, because you just freaking banish their Kid Kalos face down. Right? You just banish their Kid Kalos face down. The problem with that is, and why, like, if it's just about that, you could just say, okay, why is everyone playing Bystials? Why aren't we just playing, like, Fenrir and Unicorn? The problem is that it doesn't work going second, right? Which Bystials are good going second and first, and Kashtiras are only good going first, which is a big downside. And I don't see this deck really breaking any board going second. You have Shifter, which is like a small auto-win button, sure. Sometimes you can Shifter them. I guess sometimes, if they don't draw super well, you could like break the board with Talents or Super Poly. It's like, the one advantage you have is like your deck doesn't care that much about Dweller. The only thing that doesn't work under Dweller, I think, is Deer Note. Everything else works, so that's okay. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how well this deck can work going second. I would say your Punk engine is maybe a little bit too large. But I don't actually know that much about Punk thing. I see the Punk cards, I see the Kashtira cards more as like a splash in other decks right now, and I don't know if Punk is the best shell for it, because like Punk is pretty dead right now, for the most part. And then Shonk submitted Despia and said, is it possible to play this deck without tier limits? It absolutely is. And we've already talked about it. So if you're still here and waiting for an answer, I recommend you check out the VOD from right at the beginning, I think, of Deck Doctor. We started with, I think, some of these versions. But at least you have 9 Bystials. I like that. 9 Bystials Pog. Yeah. And with that, we have reached the end of the submissions, I think. Yeah. I think. Oh god, no. This is from last format. Yeah, let's move on to the people in the other channel. That was my Flu deck. We've talked about Flu already. And I actually did a real effort at talking about the previous Flunder list. So if you want my opinion on Flunder, I didn't just skip it and say yeah, three Robina, perfect list. I did actually talk about it. So it was earlier on in the stream. So we have 70 submissions. We have 70 submissions in the regular Deck Doctor section right now, I think. So unfortunately, I don't think, once again, we can't get through all of them. But at least this time we did manage to do the subs first, so I feel better about that one. I felt bad last time because we had like a couple people who were like long-time subscribers of the channel not getting their deck featured on the Deck Doctor because they submitted it later than others and we didn't get through all of them. So I think that's good. We got through all the subs this time, and now we're gonna see how far we can get with the others. Also, before it just gets too repetitive, I feel like we've reached a point now where we've talked about every relevant deck almost. Like, is there any like super relevant deck that we just haven't talked about? I feel like I gave you guys input. On a lot of stuff. But yeah. We have talked about Dragon Link. Okay, I'm seeing mostly reposts of decks we've already seen. Crystal Beast combo. My current locals deck built on a budget. Only recently acquired an Appaloosa after Magnificent Mavens. Crystal Beast. I sorted you sorted non-subs? You're insane, Skrelp. There's no way. You went through all of these? Giuseppe, thank you for the 2 months. Appreciate it. Welcome back. Thank you for the support. We are 8 away from another remix banger. Close. Another remix is close. Let's see if we can hit it today. I'm still in shock every time I look over at that number, by the way. How do we have 1142 right now? How is the next sub goal 11 and 50? That's crazy to me. Appreciate all of you once again. Not saying that enough, I think. Well, and especially I appreciate Skrelp as well. I did it while you were going through this. I mean, I understand that you did that, but it still is crazy nice of you to do that. I hope you realize that. I'm not taking that for granted. I just wanted to acknowledge it. I do realize how it works. I do realize that you spend time to just do that. I understand that. I just wanted to say thank you. Okay, Crystal Beast. Crystal Beast, honestly, I don't have an opinion on yet. It feels like a deck that has to play way too many bricks for not that much output. Like Rainbow Dragon, freaking all of those. Driver as well, because, you know, not enough bricks in the deck yet. Rainbow Ruins. I don't know what the Gigantes is for, or Gigantes is for. I don't know. Did you think about doing a subathon yet? I mean, of course I've thought about it. I do think we are getting into the dimensions where that could actually work out without, like, clicking start stream and then being done after 2 hours or something, because no one wants to sub. I thought about it, but it needs a lot of preparation. And I haven't even managed to get a starting soon screen prepared yet, because I have so much to do still outside of just going live. Like the start of doing this full time is very stressful. Like outside of streaming, I have to do a lot of stuff, getting used to it. But yeah, I do think that is something that could eventually happen. I think before we do a subathon though, or before I do a subathon, I would do something like I don't know, just like a set amount, like a 24-hour stream or something. You know, maybe as like when we hit like, I don't know, 20,000 subs on YouTube, or like if we ever hit like more subs here, then I'll do something like that first. Burned out? No, I'm very much enjoying it. It's just a lot. Between like trying to prepare for YCSs in these last couple of weeks. Like first it was Utrecht, now it's Dortmund. Then like trying to stream as much as I can, and then when there's an American YCS, I'm basically streaming like, I don't know, 20 hours on a weekend, and then also managing, you know, all the other stuff. It's you know, but stuff like that is gonna happen eventually. What are your thoughts about Crystal Beast Trap in tier? I think it's playable. I don't think it's like the best thing ever though. You still gotta update your bio because of Utrecht? Ah, okay, I'll do that at some point. Are you a full-time streamer? I am now. Yep. I did finish university a couple months ago and decided to try it full-time. And so far it looks like it's working out well. Anyways, you should update it after Dortmund. Okay. Okay. Congrats on finishing uni. Thank you. What did you study? I studied software engineering. I graduated in software engineering, which is, I figured that was good, a good baseline to start full-time streaming. Of course, it has nothing to do with it, but it's like it's a good plan B. It is a good plan B. If it ends up not working out or whatever, then you know, I can always fall back on that. Runic Exo. Gary can be used as an extender because it's level 4. Martha can either be used to summon from deck in hand with little runic cards, or be used as a 1-card XYZ by normal summoning her after resolving fountain to draw. I feel this version patched a lot of Exos makes every matchup better except tier. Makes every matchup better except for tier is a questionable statement in this meta right now. When we talk about YCS Dortmund, and you say adding Runics to the Exo Sister deck makes every matchup better other than tier, I think that is exactly the opposite of what you are trying to do, unfortunately. I think you have removed your only win condition from the deck against Ishizu tier, which was Dimension Shifter. You have removed the Dimension Shifter for an entire runic engine that is completely weak to the Ishizu shufflers. So I'm not a fan of Exo Sister. I love runic cards, but it's unfortunately not the time for runic cards right now. Very unfortunately, it's just not the time for it. And I hate to say it, but I think standard Exo Sister would do better than this into the current metagame. Okay, we've had that already. This all Bestial Despia. Gravekeeper. Secret meta tech choice. Activating the deck's main spell is really good this format. Field plus Tribute or Hidden is basically AFK Trust. I think you mean FTK instead of AFK. What does Hidden do? Activate only if both a Gravekeeper's monster and Necro Valley are on the field. Neither player can special summon monsters except Gravekeeper monsters. If either a Gravekeeper or Necro Valley is not on the field, destroy this card. Oh my god, this deck is so degenerate. Activate one of these effects. Add a Gravekeeper from your deck to your hand. Immediately after this effect resolves, normal summon a Gravekeeper monster. Here if you play, yeah. I mean, come on, okay. Okay, you're playing Extravagance for budget reasons, right? Because Prosperity would be insane to find Royal Tribute. 9 Necro Valleys. Oh my. 10 Necro Valleys. 3 Commandant, 3 Necro Valley, 3 Throne, and 1 Terraforming. That's insane. I mean, honestly, Going first, this deck probably has the highest win rate possible, almost, against Ishizu tier. Doesn't it? Wouldn't that have, like, almost the highest possible win rate ever? Like, that's crazy. Sifter Machek? Yeah. Does Keldo search Commandant? No, Keldo only searches cards that mention Rite of the Spirit. Exchange of the Spirit. Gravekeeper's Descendant, you contribute Gravekeeper's Headman. If this card is summoned, you can target level Fear Spirit. This effect is unaffected by Necro Valley. This card on the field is unaffected by all other card effects as long as Necro Valley is also on the field. Why do you need this? Why do you need these? Spiritualist, during your main phase, Necro Valley is on the field. You can fusion summon a spellcaster from your extra deck using this card and other monsters from Hell the field. Fenrir and Adventure Package. I mean, it's a very simplistic anti-tier deck, right? I don't know if you can beat anything that's not tier. Like, what do you do against Flunder? Right? What do you do against Flunder? I guess Royal Tribute can hit Flunder hard. Sometimes. I guess Royal Tribute can win against Flunder. But most of the time you probably lose to Flunder and stuff like that. Don't play versus Flu? Okay. But against tier, this might be okay. I don't know if it can break anything going second. 5-headed Link Dragon, 5 monsters? Why is this here? Why don't use Prosper? It's probably because they don't have it. This looks like a very budget-friendly option, except for the adventure package, actually. Yeah, how do you have the adventure package but no prosperity? Is the adventure package still expensive by any chance? Surely they're not that expensive anymore. Oh, and Fenrir, yeah. Okay, Enchantress is not expensive, which is, I mean, why would it be? Aramesir is still 30. Okay, that's crazy for something that you just don't need in any deck right now, but okay. I mean, we've already gone through all the meta stuff, so now is the real, you know... Now we're getting deep, we're digging deep into the thing. Oh my god, Medolches. Okay, I know some of these cards. Mainly, I know Mudora the Sword Oracle. I know Keldo the Sacred Protector. I know Gravekeeper's Trap. I know Herald of the Orange Light. I know the Vernus Elves, and I know the Psyframes. Top here? Kind of lacking in the Medolche department. Although I do know some, like Hootcake is the one that Hootcake is the one that banishes one from the grave, right? And then special summons a Medolche from the deck. Angeli, Heading, Cessor. That's a lot of words. That's a lot of words. How would Mindburn look this format? I mean, you can maybe find out at the public events. Maybe you'll find one there. It's not a very good choice for the main event, I think. Isn't Naturia better? I don't know that much about the Medolche stuff. I've heard that it's not bad against tier, but I don't know how good it is. I can't give you that much feedback. Your ratios look solid. Your ratios definitely look solid. I like the ratios. Like that you have the Graveyard Shufflers, you have Herald with like a lot of fairies because the Vernus Elves are also fairies and some of the Medolches are too. Just real quick, Medolche used to be a deck that really wanted to have no monsters in the graveyard, right? Wouldn't Herald conflict with that sometimes? Or the Vernus Elves? Are these still subdecks? No, we're going through the non-subs right now. We've finished all the subdecks. Hootcake can banish Orange and Vernus. I mean, yeah, but only one of them, right? Vernus Elves bypass that? Vernus Elves bypass that because they only put one in the grave and that you can banish for Hootcake. But what about Herald? The reason for no monsters in the grave is only petting, but the Vernus Elves help you with it. Okay, petting Cessor is... If this card in your possession is shuffled into the deck, you can only use. If you have no monsters in your grave, you can special summon this card. If this card is special summoned, you can special summon a Medolche from your hand or deck. Cannot special summon for the rest of your turn except Medolches. Okay, so you basically have to start with Angeli, Petting Cessor, or Hootcake, right? And then the Vernus can get there, because Angeli is an Earth Fairy. Okay, I mean, it sounds like a reasonable thing to do. I don't know too much about it, though. Oh my god. This is intended to be a deck I take to a rather large regional. Budget generally isn't a factor, and I have access to most tech cards in the game, but I don't have niche cards. You don't have niche cards, you say? Yeah, I see no niche. I see no niche cards in this deck. True. Definitely no niche cards in this deck anywhere to be seen. Absolutely not seeing any niche cards here. Pretty sure it's the wrong deck list. It says that. No, it's the right. I clicked the right one. Okay, so alright. All jokes aside, how does this work? What is this? I can't give you feedback on it, but I at least want to understand what it does, just for fun. Why not? Disciple of Nephthys. During your main phase, you can destroy one card in your hand, and if you do, add a Nephthys monster from your deck to your hand, except Disciple of Nephthys. During your next standby phase, after this card was destroyed by a card effect and sent to the grave, you can add a Nephthys spell trap from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect of Disciple of Nephthys once per turn. Conductor of Nephthys. You can ritual summon this card with Rebirth of Nephthys. If this card is ritual summoned, you can special summon a Nephthys ritual monster from your hand or deck. This is treated as a ritual summon. If this card is distributed or destroyed by a Nephthys effect, you can activate this effect. During your next standby phase, draw up to 3... Devotee. Conductor and Devotee. You can ritual summon this card. If this card's ritual summon, special summon a Nephthys monster from your deck. Also during the end phase, destroy it. If this card's in the grave, you can destroy a Nephthys card. So they're both just level 2 extension, I guess. Rebirth. This card can be used to ritual summon any Nephthys ritual monsters. You must also tribute from your hand or field whose total level equal or exceed the level of the ritual. Then if you tribute Devotee or Cerulean, you can destroy a card on the field. Wait, wouldn't you be able to play pre-prep in this? Because they both mention each other. Why does it not play pre-prep? Isn't pre-prep broken? The good one is Conductor. I guess Conductor is better. Because you go summon Conductor, summon Devotee, summon this. So it's 3 level 2s, isn't it? But you could still do it. What is Cyber Egg Angel? If this card is summoned, you can add a Machine Angel spell or 1 ritual. So what's the idea behind all of this? Nephthys the Sacred Preserver, Link 2. 2 Nephthys monsters. You can only use the following effect of Nephthys once per turn. During your main phase, if this card was Link summoned, activate one of these effects. Add 1 level 8 winged beast from your deck to your hand, then you can add 1 ritual spell from your graveyard to your hand. Destroy a Nephthys monster, this card points to a special summon and negate its effects. Chaos Nephthys. What's the payoff? I don't understand it. Like, I get it. You just pump out a bunch of level 2s, but what do you do with them? Why is it better? I don't understand. Chaos Nephthys kind of fucked. I mean, you're locked out of it though most of the time, aren't you? If a card is destroyed by card effect... Oh, it's a quick effect. Special summon this card from your grave. Or like trigger, rather. If this card is summoned, target 1 card your opponent controls and 2 cards in their grave, banish them. Okay, so the idea is we get, in an ideal world, which I don't even know what that looks like, we go Conductor into Devotee into Disciple, then we make Nephthys the Sacred Preserver, and then we add a level 8 winged beast from the deck to your hand, and we add back a ritual spell from the grave. So we get Chaos Nephthys and we get the ritual spell back. And then we have this. And then we go into our Sprite combo. Then we go into our Sprite combo, and we end on something that makes whatever. And we have a Chaos Nephthys in hand. And then we go, I don't know, red negate, destroy something. And then when we go red negate, destroy something, we can go affect Chaos Nephthys on resolve. Right? And then we can target a card they control and 2 in the grave and banish them. Yeah, no, I think it's just flawless. I think it's just flawless. Yeah, it's just a perfect deck, I think. Unironically, if power creep wasn't so strong, these cards wouldn't even be that bad. Like, this deck wouldn't be awful. Maybe 3 years ago or some shit. And I'm not saying that to be, like, negative about it. Like, it's genuinely, these cards aren't terrible. They just aren't, like, up to current standards, I would say. Right? But it's not awful. Yeah. Well, okay. Now, this, on the other hand, is a 2015 deck. Which is a little bit more... I'm a little bit more skeptical here. Like, Fairy Tail Luna? That does not hold up to the current standards of a good... yeah, we're progressing. We are really moving in a direction of backwards. This is a 2015 Pendulum deck. I don't know what you want me to tell you. I don't know how to optimize this. Do I not miss that deck? Zephyra? Yeah, I was never the biggest Zephyra fan. This is 2017? Okay, my bad. 2017 then. Can we get Edison decks next? I mean, some people submitted Edison decks. We already talked about it. Okay, this is a submission by Skrelp. I just saw it while scrolling. Skrelp said the best anti-tier deck by me. Kind of a banger deck. I like how we don't have an extra deck. I think I can help you with this deck, Skrelp. I think you should add extra deck targets for Prosperity. Otherwise, I think you will find Prosperity to be very underwhelming if you can't activate it. No? Okay, then don't. Then don't. That's fine. Zombie tier. Might cut the sprite engine for Bistits. Also not playing the field spells because I don't own them. Okay. I don't know what the synergy between zombies and tiers is, honestly. I don't know how this gets going. At this point, people are just showing off their creative stuff, I think. I don't think people want actual feedback on this, because I don't know. You're just playing zombie tier sprite. You want a mill and easy curious. Does zombies make easy curious? I guess the cool thing about this deck... is that it would have an easier time against Flunder. Which I'm always down for, dude. Like, I haven't played zombies in a while, but if there's one good thing about it, is that you can freaking auto-win against Flunder, which that's one of the best feelings when entering a YCS, is like not being scared of Flunder. I haven't had that in a while. Like, whenever I build a deck for a tournament, I usually try to beat the good decks, right? So, Flunder is usually not part of the game plan. So, I'm always scared of Flunder. So when you can play a deck like that, that's cool. Not sure what you're sending with Curious. I mean, there's also just no Curious in this deck. How do you win going second against Flunder, though? Pray for Dark Ruler? I mean, going second against Flunder, if you just activate Zombie World, you will still win. Because they cannot continue playing, right? You activate Zombie World, they cannot keep playing, and you just slowly out their shit. Like, you go normal summon, attack the statue, pass, they can't play. They pass again, and then at some point you out the Empen, and then it's over. Forgive me, Father, for I am coping. That's what they wrote. Forgive me, Father, for I am coping. It is true. It is absolute madness copium deck. I don't know, dude. Striker, if you want a genuine tip, which it's gonna be a toxic approach, but I think Striker is so bad compared to the other stuff. If you want to play Striker, you have to fully commit to like the degenerate stuff, right? Like play, I don't know, play freaking Necro Valley, play more ways to Mystic Mine if possible. I don't know, dude. Like you're not gonna win a grind game with Striker because you have a Magnamut, right? You're not like it's a Mystic Mine deck at this point. Necro and Striker, why not? Ray Kagari, yeah, but like it screws Tearlament over more, I guess. Like isn't that what you're trying to do? Because like I haven't seen anyone Ray under Mystic Mine either. Like that doesn't mean you shouldn't play Mystic Mine in Sky Striker, because like, you know. My god, there's like 5 people that submitted Sky Striker. No shot, dude. Okay, Ishizu tier, we had that. Naturia, we had that. Runic Ishizu tier sprite. What? So they have followed the recent trend of Yu-Gi-Oh really well. They heard about like Tearlaments are popping off, sprites are popping off. Then the runic cards came out and those are pretty good, right? And now the new kid on the block, the Ishizu cards. So what if we just put all of them into a deck? But then they thought, wouldn't that be a 60 card pile then? And that's hella inconsistent. So once again, 56 card theory. We play 56 for max consistency. And we play all of the engines in the game, dude. To make sure we have everything available. Noted. Fenrir kind of missing. Yeah, you should be playing. There should be 2 Fenrir and 1 of each Bestial, I think. Because I think a lot of people have been talking about the Bestial engine recently. So I would consider taking out, like, something for 1 of each Bestial. And maybe 1 Fenrir is fine. Just play 1 Fenrir. Easy clap. This deck is dead. This deck is dead. I think Tri-Brigade Sprite is not it anymore. I think Tri-Brigade Sprite is just not it right now. It's just like the board is breakable for a Shizu tier, quite honestly. And going second, I don't see a world in which you win. You have no Bestials. Your deck has 6 hand traps. That's all. Nah. Tri-Brigade Sprite is like that. Also just like one freaking Ishizu Shuffler disables every single Tri-Brigade combo in existence because you just have nothing in the graveyard. It's so whack. It doesn't even do that well into Dweller. Doesn't do well into anything. This deck's unfortunately. I don't even have like feedback on this, unfortunately. It's not good. Oh, by the way, Josh, someone submitted a combo for Sprite that's just worse than Mannequin Cat. If I see the opening hand, look, chat. If you're sending me a replay of a combo and you immediately have the worst freaking brick in your opening hand and you have to shuffle it back into your deck because otherwise your combo doesn't work. No. That's so much more work. That's so much more work than Mannequin Cat or just make Herald of the Arclight, dude. You can play any tuner. Like, there's 1,000 ways to make Herald of the Arclight. Why is it Banisher of the Light out of all things, dude? Aren't we starter locked? This is in the opponent's turn. It's double cross in the opponent's turn. Yeah, you can go Caddy add Penny. Easy clap, that does it. Why does it have to be Banisher of the Light? But Fingy Boy Funny, I see. I have not considered that. Yeah, I have not considered the fact that Fingy Boy Funny. Surely we're not gonna read these cards. Yeah, I don't know how this works. I unironically don't know how this works. I don't have the brain capacity to learn how the Supai. I don't know how the Supai Ready Fusion Goatee deck is gonna work. Especially because I'm seeing 34 engine, 3 shifter, 3 imperm. I already know it's not gonna work going second. How would the Vanity's Ruler combo even work if you normal summon Manju? Is it Nats season again? It's looking like Nats season, yeah. Can we talk about the extra? We can. I'd prefer if we didn't. I'm in shock about the, there's gonna be 2 things that will happen if you play this deck, and both of them are gonna make your opponent very, very happy, because you are activating Instant Fusion, and your opponent is like, dude, that's a god card, that should be banned, dude. No, how do you draw Instant Fusion on me? And you just go like, I'll summon the Peacock. I'm summoning the Peacock. Alvain, the Essence of Vanity. And then, after that, once your opponent has recovered from the shock of Instant Fusion, going into a freaking level 2 vanilla bird, you go activate Teleport. And your opponent's like, oh no, Instant Fusion Teleport. That's so broken, dude. That's so broken. Teleport is so busted. Teleport should be banned. And you just go like, yeah, I'm summoning Geek Boy. activate the field spell, and then Instant Fusion Teleport has given you like a level 5 synchro, which you don't play. I'm sad, I really thought I had to go. I mean, your deck probably works. The deck probably works as intended, but it's just not strong enough, I think. That's the problem with power creep, right? Also, 2 Benton is kind of criminal. Dude, not even playing Hulk. Yeah, whoever submitted this. Let me see who submitted this. Oh, I'm the guy with the Banisher. Yeah, I mean, the Banisher combo is just a little too fancy. Because there's better stuff. Speedy DJs. Have you considered playing Halka Fibrax in this deck? Because I think you know, I think win more TCG might have a point here. Halka Fibrax would be pretty good in this deck. Have you also considered Pot of Greed? Because that card, as far as I can tell, right, I'm not an expert, but I think Pot of Greed is like, doesn't really have a drawback attached, right? It's like you just draw 2 cards. Wouldn't that be good here? At least like 1 or 2. You don't have to go 3. In case your opponent has like an anti-spell type of strategy, right? But like 1 or 2 Pot of Greeds wouldn't hurt. Right? Yeah. Okay, you might want to play around Drone and Lockbird. Your deck's already kind of weak to Drone Lockbird. So maybe you don't want Pot of Greed. But think about the Halka Fibrax. Think about the Halka Fibrax at least. Yeah, thank you for the contribution. Appreciate that. Noted. You won't get to this, but here is Virtual World. Eldritch can help break boards. Well, we did get to this. But I'm not sure how much I like the fact that we did. I think we've reached the portion in the stream where we're off the road bad now. Like we've lost our ways. We've lost our ways, chat. I think we've reached a point where we need to start saying I think that's been another successful iteration of the Deck Doctor. Chat is down bad. And I think at this point we've reached decks that I cannot help you with anyways. I think that's where we call it a day. I think we've talked about almost every single meta relevant deck now, right? Because that's the purpose. I'm not trying to let everyone submit like a meme deck and like show me something incredibly funny. I do these to genuinely help people decide on the last couple things in their deck and like what they should exactly like do. And I think we've accomplished that. I think we've talked about everything that's been relevant. Because like now I feel like the last couple of submissions is like I can't help you that much with like tier 5 or something, right? I think that's a good point to call it a day. I hope it was helpful to some of you. I hope I gave you guys some ideas, some feedback that was reasonable. And I think we're going to end it at that. If you want to join future iterations of the Deck Doctor, which I'm fully aware that I haven't been able to look at every single deck, but I think we did cover everything relevant. If you want further feedback on your deck, you can join my Discord server. We have a community of, I think at this point it's almost 2,000 people, which is crazy. Thank you everyone for joining. !Discord in the chat. And you don't have to necessarily wait for the next Deck Doctor section. There's like deck discussion, all kinds of stuff, ruling questions, Master Duel, all the good stuff is in the Discord. So if you want to join the Discord, if you want feedback on your deck, you know, and then every once in a while, I also take part in the discussions on there. So if you didn't get an answer on this stream, you can ask me about certain things on there as well. But with that, I hope that was helpful. If you missed any of it, like Scrub is saying, we did talk about all of the meta-relevant stuff, right? All of the meta-relevant stuff we did talk about, and so if you missed it, you can check out the VOD here on Twitch. And yeah, I think that's gonna be it. I'm gonna head off now. I don't have much else planned. I'm leaving for YCS Dortmund soon. I hope to see a lot of you there. I hope you all have safe travels, and if you're not joining YCS Dortmund, I hope you enjoy the coverage on the weekend. I'm sure it's gonna be good. And don't forget, if you have an Edison deck and I have time, feel free to come up and say hi, and we can play some Edison. That's always chill. And yeah, pack a Sharpie. I don't have a Sharpie, but yeah, maybe I'll find one. But yeah, if you see me at Dortmund, feel free to come up, say hi. I always appreciate that type of stuff. That's always cool. And yeah, so until then, I'll be back. The stream will be back next Monday. And yeah, good luck at Dortmund. See everyone there. Enjoy the stream. Hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you guys for all the follows, all the subs. Appreciate all of you. And see you all next time. Bye-bye. Peace. Actually, who do we raid? I don't see anyone live.